Outside. Hmm? Inside. Let's go. And go. Look out, Rock. Are you serious? Huh. Oh, what am I doing? That's kind of weird. You know, he was in pretty good shape as far as I could tell. I mean, when Ozzy dies, it's like, well, yeah, you know. Same with Lemmy from Motorhead. You know, people were like, "Oh my God, Lemmy died," and it's like, dude, the guy lived on meth and whiskey daily, like every day. Woke up, did meth, drank. Of course he died. you know, um, and the last time I saw, when we went to go see Motorhead, it wasn't that long before he died. Actually, he looked like he looked bad, you know. But of course, Hulk Hogan. didn't look like he did in his prime, you know. And if that's what you're looking for, you know, you're going to be, you know, disappointed or whatever. But I mean, I'd seen videos of him, you know, and I couldn't time stamp it or put a date to him, but he looked all right. I don't know, maybe he had some sort of underlying whatever, you know. But well, cool. I'm glad whatever I did fixed whatever was going on. But that's a total bummer. To be honest with you, even though I play music and all that, um, that bums me out more than Ozzy. Hey man, how's it going? Why does my face look like this? It has to do with my parents. Almost positive. You know, my mom would have added something, my dad would have added something, and that would have made this. I want to know why you couldn't put that together. And you had to have such a dumbass like me explain that. What are you talking about this? Like, why didn't you shave, you bum? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, man. Oh, of course you do. And, you know, that's why you married me. And that's the only reason why. It has nothing to do with the fact that that's the only reason why. All right, babe. Cape. Okay. We're going to attempt to do some magic here. Some magicals. It's a nice day out today. I'm digging it. Yo. I'm digging it, yo. Cape. Ooh. Magicals did not quite take. That's all right. We'll get her. Sure. Now it's on there. But damn it, Steve. All right, whatever. I'll just turn this into a damn Clapton. The Clappy Town. Phone's starting to ring a lot. Oh, popular girl. Okay, I think I might have grabbed the wrong wire off of this damn thing because it's continually going behind this piece. So, in the business, we call that gay. I'll watch everybody leave. God, so insensitive. Good. Get out of here. We say gay. Put you in here, like that, and magic. And we're just gonna snap a batch. Actually, what we'll do is we will unwrap this. Yeah, I do. In fact, what's up, Jake? Croc just got a hold of me on it last night. It's Adam, the bass player, and there's an underscore thing, whatever you call it, the space that's on the ground, the ground, in between every word. So Adam, the bass player, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I sent it to him and underscore. Okay. Yeah, I'm not savvy like my wife who works in computiers. And, you know, I swing hammers, dude. Yeah, just like that. And that's what I sent. I don't even know if I capitalized the first one or not. But on my Discord, both of those are showing. And I don't know which is which. So try both. I don't know. I sent that to Croc, and he got a hold of me. So it works, I guess. In fact, I should have sent him a message this morning saying that I was making some coils because I was like, yeah, you know, I think I might make some coils tomorrow. And he was like, sounds rad. Rad, bro. Okay, cool, man. God, my back is just killing me today. Absolutely killing me. I don't ever take pills, you know, unless they're good ones, you know. I like those, but, you know, I'm not into them. You know, I don't like, you know, go search the world for them and, you know, go buy them from people and whatever, you know. I have friends that would do that, and my family did that. You know, all of the people on my mom's side did that. You know, they always had like this cache of opiates, and they would, I'm out. You know, you got some? And they'd be back and forth with each other with the shit. And when I got older, you know, they'd give them to me. You know, I had to get significantly older, you know, like in my 20s and stuff, before they even messed with, you know, giving them to me. My grandma was a different story. My grandma, you know, she was from like old school, you know, the doctor's got your best interest at heart and these pills are good for you and all that. So, you know, I'd go over to my grandma's house and we'd play cards and pop Percocet all night. True story. And I would just ask for one every time she took one, which was pretty often, you know, every hour or 2 hours or whatever. So I'd be spinning. I think she was constantly spinning, to be honest with you. Well, you know, I all right, but I just don't. That's just I'm just talking about how it was. You know, I'm not promoting or anything. Sure. Sup, Corey? How you doing, homie? Yes, you are back. You're totally back. Okay, I need to make a loop with this stuff. I think I might have been able to get its space and stuff a little bit better if I might have made a loop with Canthol, because that nichrome is just too soft. But like I said before, sorry if I'm not as engaged in the chat. You know, my eyes are elsewhere, and this stuff can really require your attention and at moments. What do you want, Rock Dog? You just gonna sit there and cry at me? You want me to throw your toy? Huh? This thing? You want it? You want it? Down. Go get it. Okay. Let me see. Whatever you want to do, you know. I'm not practicing today at church, and I got requested to play for 3 dates, and I had to deny the first one because I wouldn't be back from wherever it is that I'm going with Matt. Do you remember that thing, the camp that they're doing? I think I'm going to do that. Play at the summer camp. I think it'll be fun. I think Matt is like really kind of dependent on me to go, and I don't want to, be the guy that like talks to him about it, and we're like, yeah, I don't know, I like to be dependable, Known as that guy rather than the dude that flakes, because I don't like that guy. I don't like the flaky guy. So, all right, are you gonna keep coming off? It looks like it. Sure. So, if I were to guess, y'all. Okay, well, I'm glad you're glad. No partying while I'm gone. I'm guessing that this is 26 gauge, and I'm gonna Clapton it with 28, and I'm pretty, yeah, this is it's Canthal. Yeah, it's Canthal. So Canthal on Canthal. No promises. Well, just don't do anything I wouldn't do then. I don't care if you party. You know I trust you, so. Because we're adults. Okay. So now. No, I know what you mean, man. We take our little loop and we go. And we put it back in the chuck. Because we are super cool like that. Oh man, I'm surprised Croc hasn't shown up yet. He'll be here, I'm sure. He's a pretty funny guy. Okay, and then you put that right there. Right there. Yeah, so much better. Bam! Okay, so now that we're done with that magic, get that over here. It's just in a freaking way. Take that, and we take that. We go like that. And I'm going to make another crease in this thing because I need another spot to be able to put this stuff like that. And then you go loop. Cool, babe. Oh, rock dog. Always just with something. There we go. Okay. Now, there's no point in me showing you this stuff because you won't be able to see it. But what I've done is taken a wire and wrapped it with a wire equally spaced. I might be able to show you that. Let's see. Point. See the spaces? Come on. Anyways, I think you saw it. Whatever. No big deal. Now, what you need to do is take this, cut it in half, and have the wraps. Put the pieces next to each other, but have the wraps going in the same direction. Right? You don't want one wrapping this way and the other one wrapping that way. So, that'd be wrong. So, you kind of find the center. Doesn't have to be perfect. And perfect is perfect, but don't have to be. Ish. I need to go get my other cutters. These things, I got a bunch of these things, and so I just grabbed one, and I didn't realize that these things didn't like to cut fine wire that much. I mean, they'll cut like thick, you know, a thicker wire that you like run in your walls and stuff, but this stuff, not so much. That's garbage. I think I got it flipped. I'll just use the camera to see why mess around. Yeah, they're the same. Double checking. Come on now. Yeah, so that's the way we got them. Like that. How close did I get it? To in the middle. Let's see. Just by eyeballing it. So that is that. It's pretty close. So now, what you do is you make a bend in one side, and then you're going to take those and make a one of those. And that's because of how it fits into the chuck here. You know, gotta have it go in one way and one way. So we do that. That. And you put it in here. Oh, I have to clean this up. Okie dokie. Is this the cantho one? Or did I put the other one in here? I did. Okay. Don't have to worry about it. What's this? Okay. Now we take this again. Started. Cheesy pasta. Right on. Oh. Man. You know, yeah, she was in here. I don't think she's in here anymore 'cause she was talking, you know, fairly often, and it's been a minute. But she told me that she's probably going to use some of her PTO to come home early. We will see. Right now, I'm just trying to prep some coils. This is a fused Clapton. They're kind of easy as far as, you know, like elaborate coils go. Oh yeah, it's nice out. And they plowed the field. So that's something you got to deal with. You know, they come through here, and you know, everything, they plowed it to a certain point. Everything beyond there, they're growing to seed, which is wonderful, because a lot of the plant begins to rot, and some plants are smellier than others when they rot. You know, like imagine, hey, we're growing cabbage this year, or whatever. I'm hearing something outside that I don't recognize. Sounds like some crazy machine. Oh, somebody's drilling on something. And they are stressing the hell out of their tool. You're going to burn your motor up, homie. Yeah. But yeah, this is a fused Clapton. Let me see if I can even show it to you. Ish. Maybe. It's not perfect, which drives me crazy. But basically what you do is you take a wire. Yeah, it's definitely close enough. It'll make vapor, you know what I'm saying? But what you do is you take a wire, just a regular wire, and then you wrap it in another wire, and you want it to be equally spaced, you know, so it's not tight like a guitar string would be, you know. And how you get it equally spaced is you take a piece of the wire that you're wrapping it with and you make a little loop, and then you hold that on there and you hold it taut, and then as you're wrapping it on there, this thing will go wing, and it creates, you know, this exact space in between each loop that is the width of the wire that you're wrapping it with. And then you do that twice, right? And then you take the same wire that you wrapped it with the first time and you wrap them together in the spaces that you created previously. And it's what ends up happening is, instead of it just being, you know, any wire that you just, you know, wrap into a coil, and which works fine, you know, it totally works fine, but a wire like this actually has wicking properties. Like the wire itself wicks, you know, like if I were to drop juice over here, it will suck it up, you know, which this won't, you know, like it will just drop, you know, put on there, it'll just go down. And it makes it thicker, which changes the ohms of it. And in accordance with Ohm's law, it will, this really only matters if you're doing like mechanical vapes, which is like this. I'll show you. like this is a mechanical vape. You know, you have a thing that holds a battery, right? And you have a button on the bottom. Like this is how you lock it and keep it from working. And then there's this, you unscrew it, and that becomes your button. And how that works is, oops, you've got this button mechanism that sits inside of here, and then when you push this, let me exaggerate that a bit, the thing comes out and makes contact on your shit, right? And now these are dangerous because we're dealing with high drain batteries, and you know, technically these batteries use more amps than what are used in the electric chair. Believe it or not. And not as much voltage, of course, but you just need to know what the hell you're doing if you're working with mechanicals, because you can make the batteries explode or go into thermal runaway. And I don't know if you'll be able to see this. Yeah, you kind of can. See how this is your positive terminal right here, and see how it protrudes past the negative part? You must have an atomizer that does that. If you if you're using a mechanical like this. Some of them actually have a pin that's inside here, but this doesn't. Like what you're seeing right now is the battery itself through the hole. So when you screw this down, it makes contact on the battery itself. So if you if you don't have one that's protruding, it's gonna, the negative and the positive will, yes, it's direct. The negative and the positive will be touching either the positive or the negative end of the battery, depending on how you have it positioned in here. And then as soon as you push this button, you're going to have what's called a hard short, and the battery will go into, at first it will just get really, really hot, really, really fucking fast. And, but if you don't, if you're like, oh, I don't know what's going on, I'm just going to try it again, and oh, I don't know, try it again, you'll make the battery go into thermal runaway, and you won't be able to stop it. But you really only need to know about Ohm's law and all that stuff when you're working with these, because you can end up creating a build that will, because these don't have protection in them like these do. These have chips in them and have protection, and you can basically put whatever build you want on it, and when you push the button, it'll just be like, sorry, we can't do that, you know. But since this doesn't have any brains in it, you can end up building a coil that will try and draw more amps than this battery can because of Ohm's law. And it's, you know, I'm not a doctor, so I don't understand all of it, but I understand why and all that shit. But what's great about these things is they just don't break. And but you, in order to get the vape that you want, you need to build the coil that you need. Like with this, it's like, oh, it's not hot enough, or it's too hot, or whatever. I'm going to turn it down or turn it up. You know, this, you build a coil, you put it in here, you're just going to get what you get, you know. So if it's not hot enough, you got to build a coil that has lower ohms, so it will draw more amps. Like this is probably, I didn't even check, but just going off of how this is vaping, it's probably close to a 0.3. Let's take a look. And it's not going to be accurate exactly because it's hot now. Because ohms change with temperature. I'll just push no. Yeah, it's a 0.31. Oh, I was really close. Now let's see what this guy is. This is a 0.19, so it's almost a 2. So this thing would be hotter on this Mac. Some people will, you know, do like, you know, they're pretty risky, and they'll do like 0.09s, and you know, they'll basically take their batteries like to the point of almost exploding and shit. And but they're living on the edge. You know, I don't do that, you know. Let's see. Sub dude or dudette. Oh, I guess it's a dude. Maybe. I know there's people on here that claim to be whatever, and I'm not so sure. There's even people on here that claim to be whatever, and I'm like, nope. Liar. But I know there's people out there that are, you know, I just let them be a tuna fish. I'm not that cool, dude. I'm just a big dork. Hi, Rock Duck. Dad is a dork. Come on. Get your toy. Come here. You ready? Sit. Sit. Hey. You got that toy. You better get it. Yeah, you're a doggy. Hey, watch yourself there, homegirl. I don't have my juice out here. All right, well, that's Mex for you. Oh, right on, man. I appreciate it. Um, I dig it, dude. Um, what kind of music do you listen to, homie? Yeah, I don't know if dork is a word that doesn't exist over there. I don't know if dork uh, is just not part of y'all's lingo. Like, what would be the equivalent? Okay, so now we're gonna wrap this bitch. We'll start. We don't say dark. Okay. So, are you guys doing the long distance thing? Like you're over there and she's over here, and or you guys together now, and that's just where y'all are from. You know, some people do it. You know, I kind of like to, be able to touch the people I'm with. You know, call me, old fashioned. Wow, this is a pretty burly coil, y'all. Just cooking. Okay. Roxy, bring your toy here. Don't just stand there with it and cry at me. Bring it here. Come on. Get your toy. Now bring it here. Let me see. You ready? Okay. Okay. Over there. That's Roxy, y'all. Oh shit. Well, that's really cool, man. I hope it works out. You know, um, I find now not to, discourage you or anything like that, that people can, uh, what I've had friends that have done, the online thing, and they've, built what they thought was some sort of rapport or relationship, and then either they have moved or they've had them move, and then all of a sudden he or she turned into some crazy person, or wasn't what they appeared to be. And it's now I'm not saying that this can't happen, and it doesn't, because it does. You know, people find love in the craziest of ways. But I've had friends that have just told me some horror stories. And it's unfortunate. Like I I won't mention any names, but I had a friend recently call me up, telling me about this girl, and he was calling me and telling me about how great she was and all this, and oh man, she's beautiful. I love her. And yeah. And then within the year, it was like, what? Oh my God. She's, like everything that she told me was not true. You know? And, but, I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Some people just, I love the guy. If my wife was in here, she would know exactly who I was talking about, because we are friends. She has met him through me, and we've all become friends. Of course, I've known him for over 20 years, and he's a super cool cat, good guy, But he's my age and been married 3 times or something. What's going on here? There we go. Said she wasn't real. Like it, it's probably a man, right? I think it's funny when people are like, they're like that's the conclusion they arrive to, that they're not real, And that stuff does happen. You hear of I don't know, like that catfish stuff or whatever it's called. But but there's ways to get around all that stuff, and you have to like ignore a lot of red flags. You know what I'm saying? It's like every time you video chat, they have a mask on. Or they're just in a dark room and they're talking through some voice changer. I don't know. This is just off the top of my head. But what do you want, baby girl? What time is it? It can't be lunchtime yet. No, it's not lunchtime. Oh, look at those eyes. You heard the L word. I can give you a snack. Okay, let's go. There you go. Sit. down. Yeah, that dog is still a total puppy, y'all. Can you believe that she's 12? I mean, you can see it in her face a little bit, but she still just wants to run and play and jump and, act like a puppy dog. Man, I don't know if I can wrap these guys. I think wrapping it with nichrome really screwed me. I mean, that is just tight. I'm not even gonna mess with it. Oh, right on, man. Yeah. Nice meeting you too, man. You seem like a cool dude. My band plays music on this channel also. And I've kind of turned it into me also just kind of bullshitting with people. So, that's what it started as, was just kind of like me playing music, and that's all it was. But then somebody came on and was like, you actually seem like a cool guy, man. You should like just make videos and just talk. I was like, oh, all right. So I did that, but yeah, it's dinner time. Yeah, I guess you'd know. You guys are both in the same area. Yeah, meet Yasmin, Tom. She's from your neck of the woods. But yeah, man, have a good one. Rock on. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Okie dokie. Yes, something like that. Yes. We'll see. I don't even know if this is long enough. But it don't matter. Put a little band in it. Here. Cool, man. Well, we'll see you around. How about that? How about them apples? We like those apples. They're tasty. I wonder if I should wrap this with something thinner. 28 might be a little bit. Let's try that. Eh? Sure. Let's go fucking around here. But what should we do? Some 30 gauge? Maybe? That's pretty thin shit. And it's stainless. Okay. Guess we'll just see. We'll just have to see how it goes, you know. You know. Sure. Crap, I gotta make a loop of this stuff first. There's so many steps. No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I mean, I'm not even really looking at the chat as much as I should be, but you know, so I'm not as engaged either. You know, we both have things to do. So I'll forgive you if you forgive me. How's that? Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. And you can go right here. All right, are you gonna get caught every time you come off like a piece of shit? No, I think we're good. Now this first wrap here is kind of a bitch. Okay. I kind of figured, you know, we talked about that, and you know, nobody's going to be sending me anything on Discord. So, if I received anything, I figured it would have been you. But thanks for the heads up. I will accept that as soon as I'm, you know, done with this. It might be, you know, a few hours from now. Unless I, you know, build some coils for, you know, a while and then start a new live later. But lately I've been like, you know, going live for, you know, 5 to 7 hours. Just because I've been just doing stuff and letting it run, you know. Okay. Now it's your turn. Okay, yeah, that's the right one. I'm like really tempted to take some Tylenol. I don't ever take anything, but my back is killing me today. My back always hurts a little bit at least. But so I've kind of just gotten used to that being a thing. But and this has been a lifelong thing. My back has hurt me my whole life, but what happened? Oh, you piece of shit. But some days my back hurts a little much even for me. Okay, we'll just reinsert. Son of a bitch. What is going on here? Is the wire too damn thin? No, that can't be the case. God, it's going on so nice. Why? I'm out of practice. I mean, there's dudes that do this shit like every day. What's funny is they've got like these cheap machines that you can buy now. I don't know how much they are, but you can buy these machines that just do all this stuff for you. You don't even have to mess with it. You just put the stuff in there and set it all up and just push a button and it'll just shit out a wire. Where'd the thing go? Oh, I can go in here. I dropped my loop. Nothing like looking down in the dark for something small. Okay, time to hit that shit. You don't need to help, Roxy. She sees me looking for something, and she's like, oh no, something's wrong. Let me help. Such an attentive, good girl. You're okay, baby. It's not a bug or anything. You can. No. No. But here's your toy. Huh? Huh? Go get it. Get your toy. Go get it. You know, you're casting a shadow where I want to look. You know. You want under my leg? Go ahead. Go under. There you go. Big deal, big deal. Okay, I'm just going to start raking the ground. Boom. Okay, well, have a good one. I'll see you around. Rock on. I think I'm wrapping this stuff with something too thick. I think the next song I'm going to try like 32 or 34. There we go. This hoop is a little big. Wife. Well, you just missed Yasmin, I think. Like when she first came in here, I think she tried to say hi to you and didn't realize you were gone. But she was making food and just kind of hanging out, and you know, it's dinner time over there. So bastard. How's work going? You have to slap anybody yet? Customers, coworkers? Bust out the back end? This is futile. There's not going to end up being enough wire anyway, so we're just going to toss this. I mean, if we would have made it the whole length without any screw-ups, we might have been able to salvage it, but we got to mess up right in the middle. And, you know, it's whatever. Oh, I was saying that you can see that Yasmin was here, right? What I was saying is when she first got here, she tried to say hi to you, but she did, you know, because your comments were on the screen. But she hadn't realized that you had split. At least I think that's, if I remember correctly. It doesn't really matter. But I think I'm going to take some Tylenol. My back is really kind of bothering me. I'll be right back. I'm back. Your toy's over there. Get it. What we're going to try is wrap some 28. We're going to go thinner. And we're going to go this long because I feel like it. Take this and stick it through this, just like that. Twist a bee. Still here, baby girl? Or is there someone else here lurking? Okay. Well, this channel gets plenty of lurkers. I'm sure all of them do. You know. But I've just noticed that a lot of times people come in here and just typing on the computer. Okay, is that straightish? Yep, I'd say that's pretty straight now. Sure. Okay, so we got 28. What do we want to wrap it with? Wow, there's like hardly any 36 left. I wonder if Dan was making a bunch of stuff with 36. That seems pretty finicky for his taste. I'll try 34. See how that works out. Yes, here in spirit. Okay, we're going the right way. That's good. Gotta make a hoop of this stuff. Over here and do one of these. I'm gonna cut the egg. There we go. I think the problem is did I get age yet? Working on it. Is the swivel isn't smooth enough. Huh. So what's going on here? Is this thing just a little too jankage? I think that's what we'll do. So we'll switch back to this guy because this was working fine. And I saw this thing and I was like, God, these bearings move really smoothly. But if this thing isn't moving smoothly, no, it doesn't. It doesn't spin smoothly under pressure. Gay. Okay. Hella gay, bro. Gay's AIDS. Hey, what's up, Chimpanzini? I'm trying to build some coils here, but the swivel I was using was not ideal. So I'm switching back to my original one. I thought the one that I switched to was going to be better. Turns out it's not. A rock dog. So, no big deal. Roxy, get your toy and play with your toy and just be a dog. How's that sound? No, it's not time yet. I've already give you a bunch to munch on. Right on, right on. Yeah, I'm hoping that me switching back to this this other swivel is going to keep it from continually breaking in the chuck. Because that's starting to drive me a little crazy. It's happened a few times. Luckily, this time it happened really early, and I didn't end up with, like, you know, some bullshit. But I must warn you that this kind of takes my attention here. So I'm not as engaged in the tech chat. So because I'm like really having to watch what's going on here. But you know, when I'm in between doing that stuff, I can look up and see what's going on and all that. But I think right now it's just you and my wife in here, unless, you know, Captain AIDS is still in here. You know, there's always got to be some dude in here that's just happy with life. But we don't worry about these people. You know, you can always well, I won't say anything mean. that's right. These are for far away. I can see up close. That's right. I forgot. I think that might have been the trick, y'all. Ooh, where'd it break? Broke there. But that was so much smoother. I need to actually run out and buy a swivel for this. I'm just kind of using what I had, and they're not ideal. There's some swivels out there that work really good for this. That looks good. That's nice. Yeah, that swivel's just, it's just better. Okay, so let's find the center-ish. And we're going to start here because that's where it starts to look the same. Snip this off. All right, baby. Now I need to wrap this bitch. Something like that. We take this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I might be able to fit 32 in there ish. Days flying by. Well, that's good. Are you gonna be able to come home early, or have you changed your mind? Oh, what's up, dude? Just waking up. Yeah, I kind of got up a little early today. I went to bed, right after we talked. When I left Jim's live, um, I was beat, dude. So, um, I got off and just passed out. Sometimes I'll be like, I'm tired, y'all. I'm getting off, and then I'll, check out a couple more little things before I pass out. But I was just like, Boop. I was done, dude. You know, these past couple days of sewing with my arms up in the freaking air has been how are you? Good. I almost fell off my chair. Oh, well, that's no good. That's no fun. Oh shit. Yeah, I've done that. You know, like my wife, she leaves in the morning at, you know, whatever time. And often I will just get up, you know, shortly after she leaves. And, you know, because she's made me some coffee and I'll take a couple sips of that. And then I'm just kind of like, you know, bing. And other days, you know, I'll go back to sleep and yeah, I'll sleep till 11 or noon, you know, because what time did I end yesterday? You know, I couldn't really tell you, man. I'm thinking maybe 6 or 7. I I don't know the time, to be honest with you, but I'm pretty sure the stream yesterday was close to 7 or 8 hours. I mean, I put in I put in a day. You know, I got up, you know, kind of early and just went out into the room and sewed on that damn bag for hours, you know. And, you know, stopped and talked to everybody and whatever, but, you know, I'm not a proficient tailor, you know, so, and those are not ideal situations, you know. I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm not just putting a patch in. So, I mean, if that was the case, if I was just putting a patch in, I could just cover the holes and, you know, whatever. But I was trying to close up the hole with the material that was there, you know, because some of the holes will just need a patch, but other ones it was like something would poke through and it ripped, and the material that would fill the hole just needed to be picked back up and put in place, and you just stitch around it. And so that's what I was doing with most of that stuff, and you know, it was hard to hold it in place. And well, let me come back with a question. What do you think about him before I answer? Because I've noticed that online, a lot of people that ask that question are just being divisive. You believe he is Lord? Okay. I'm aware. As they say, you're preaching to the choir. But to answer your question, I believe Jesus is who he claimed to be. Not only that, I believe he fulfilled the prophecies that foretold him. And that further proves who he is. Yeah, I play the kazoo in the church band. They were like, you know what, you're a decent bass player, but let's get you on that kazoo. We don't need to be showboating. But Croc's right. I play music at my church. I'm one of their bassists. We used to have 3 or 4 bass players, but now there's only 2 like official bass players, but one of the pastors actually plays bass, and he will fill in if neither of us can do it. Psalm 91. Really? Huh. Oh, shit. I'm getting a phone call from actually somebody from my church right now. I'm not going to answer. Well, maybe I should. Hold on, guys. Oh, I missed it. Hold on. Do you need to go outside? She's been crying at me all morning, trying to get me to play with her toy. And I took her out. Let's see. What do you want? Show me. Show me, go. Oh, she's hungry. That's what she wants. She wants snacks. She'll normally go to the door if she wants out. If she's hungry, she goes into the kitchen and stands right there. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, there she is. And she points, you know. Right, let's go. Hi. This is early, but you're lucky. Okay, chew your food. Chew it, chew and chew. Oh, man. Yeah, I just fed her, you know. Why get cried at for, 20 minutes? Now she'll be satiated and, be happy to just lay by me. Duck, duck, get your toy. Get that toy. Get it. Huh? Okay, now we're going to wrap this thing and see how that goes. I might actually be able to get 2 out of this, which would be nice. Do a 5 wrap. Something like that-ish. Bam. Hold on, baby girl. Let me wrap this up and we'll take you out, okay? What did Mr. Christian guy take off? He just decided to come in here and, share the gospel with somebody that hopefully it was going to bother. Gotta love those guys. The scriptures talk about how we shouldn't cast pearls before swine, right? And then you got these guys that just look for swine. you know. Huh. Oink. Does that pig have fists? Oink. All right, look at that. We got 2 out of it. Okay, Rock Dog. Well, I got this monstrosity to come out. I guess you can go right there. And there's this guy, which is actually pretty clean, but this one is just a beefcake. Way too much. I went way too thick with the wires on this thing, I think. Let go. It looks good, you know. It's an attractive wire, but it is thick, which should probably be good on a mech. Yeah. I mean, that I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but us as believers are supposed to share it. You know, it says to go out and make disciples, and now not everyone is. We're all called to do that, but we need to recognize where it's appropriate and what our gifts and shortcomings are. You know, some people are very good at it and they can speak to almost anybody. And you know, we just need to remember that, you know, the world is hostile to the message anyways. You know, they're it's kind of like how, you know, the world is accepting of any other doctrine, you know, like, and I've tested this personally. Like, you can go out and talk about any god, past or present, and you'll never get a batting of an eye. You know, you will, you know, the most negative effect you'll get is like indifference. Like, oh, okay, right on, whatever. But people will never be hostile. You know, there's never that reaction. And I find that to be telling. And even the people that are smart enough to pretend that they're indifferent, like, oh yeah, okay, I can have a conversation about this because I recognize my claims that this isn't real, so it shouldn't bother me, right? So I can have a conversation about this, of course. It's like, okay, you can, good, because I can talk about this all day, you know. And then you see the reaction. It's like, oh, okay. So you can pull the truth out of people. Okay, Rock Dog. You want to go outside? Is that what you want? We can do that. Yeah. We can go outside and pee on the ground. Yeah. That sound like fun? You know, pick the perfect spot. Sure. Here, let me turn you guys, and you guys can witness the all of that. Okay, let's do this, huh? Let's go. Yeah, it's nice out. Yeah. There's when we went out, there's another dog walking up with some dude, and we've crossed paths with that guy a couple times, and the dog nearly yanks itself out of this older guy's arms. And Roxy just wants to, go up and sniff and, be like, hey, are you cool? But that dog is, I mean, they've actually gone up to each other once. I was in the back and Roxy saw the dog and pushed through the fence the gate, and she ran right up to it, and the dog didn't do anything. So I think it's probably one of those dogs that would bark through the fence. You know what I'm saying? But then once the dog actually comes up to it, the dog is like, oh, this is getting serious. I'm a tough guy behind the glass, but not when it gets real. So I don't think the dog's a threat or anything like that. Plus Roxy's kind of a beast. She'll ragdoll a lot of these dogs. And I've seen it happen. I've got scars because of that shit. What was that? Yeah, I don't know what that is. Looks like some sort of foreign language, but it's got homeboy in there, which is kind of weird. Yeah, she's pit bull and lab. So she's, got the brindle color, right? But she doesn't have the flat face. Some of them, can be cute, but some of the pits are just kind of ugly, But she's got a pretty face, She's a good looking dog. like her dad was full bred. Well, I can't really say that. But he had the pit face, and but he was long-legged. Um, and her mom, like, it was my buddy Jake's dog, the dad, and he was famous for breaking out and going and having his way with neighbor dogs, that could even be a mile or so away. And so he ended up getting out and going and getting with this dog named April. And she was like part pit also, but she was like golden. She was like just pure gold colored. And, got the dog pregnant, and then, that dog had puppies and whatever. And then because of that situation, I ended up becoming friends with those girls because the people that owned April were some lesbians. And I'm not going to get into. All right, cool, man. Cool, right on. Well, I'll see you if I see you. And I won't get into their whole story, but they were lesbians, but one of them was constantly pregnant. So, I know the math doesn't math, but she had a bunch of kids and was adding to them, even though she was in a relationship with this other chick. No, she was. It was because of her work. Let's just leave it at that. Self-employed. So, all right, we're going to do another 28 gauge. I'm going to go about this much-ish. And we'll go to here because that's where that is. We were just talking about how Rock Dog came to be. Okay, so I don't remember what this one was, but it was a little too burly. I think I might have built this with what was it? Is that this was this stuff, whatever this is. This is some wire that I used to have strung everywhere in one of the grow rooms, and I used to hang ladies on it. And I don't know what size it is, to be honest with you, but I know it's Canthol because I had just a buttload of it at one point. And so I took this and I wrapped I think maybe 28 gauge around it, and it ended up just to be a little thick. You know, it's a pretty burly wire. So what this is going to be is 28 gauge wrapped with probably either 32 gauge, 28 wrapped with 32. And I'm pretty sure that's what I did with these guys here. And they're a little bit more reasonable. This is just a 4 wrap. Here's one that's a 5. So it's not focusing, but you can see the difference here. You know, this is just a little much. So right now I've got 28 in the vise on the swivel, and I'm about to straighten this damn thing. Put a little thing in it. Pull it taut. Grab the swivel so it doesn't spin. Put it in forward. And now we've got a straight wire. No more. Yeah, it's a fat coil. I mean, it might, like I was saying earlier, it might be good in this thing. This, you know, I just got one of them, so it might be all right in this. And then put this on a mech. But it's a little burly. I don't really like thick wire, mechanicals, to make intricate builds and build it up to, you know, I'd rather use thin wires and build up to a bigger coil, because even though it's a big coil, it still heats faster, because the thinner wire has a higher ohm and requires less amps to you know, get it hot. No, it's 28, 30, 30, 32. Is that what we're going to do? I don't remember. We got this wire right here. And how I do my spaced coils, this is a little trick that I picked up in NAM here. This is 34. Is that what this is? It is 34. Okay, so we're going to wrap it in 34. What I do is I make a hoop out of the size of the wire I'm going to wrap it in, clapton it in, right? And I will get kind of started here, and I'll show you. So I take this little bit here, turn you here, so you can kind of see what I'm doing. And I'll take this and I'll just stick it in here into the chuck and just get it started. And, 'cause, 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 ' pull it out of the chuck. Ooh, you fucking piece of shit. I've wrapped up the damn swivel. Tied a knot out of the swivel over here. There we go. I take it out of the chuck. And then I take the hoop, right, and I stick it over here. This little hoop is a game changer. Because before, what you had to do was to get a spaced Clapton, you had to wrap it with 2 wires, right? And then put it in reverse and pull one of the wires off, right? While it was spinning backwards now. And then you'd get that perfectly spaced Clapton, you know. But now what we do is you take this little hoop that's the same thickness as the wire you're putting on there, and you put your finger in it like this, wait, and you hold it against the wire, right? And then you hold the spool like that. I don't know if you're going to be able to see, right? You can kind of see. And as you wrap it, this hoop is going to provide the space. And it works really well, you know. But you got to have it in, you know, basically, let's see here. You got to have this hoop touching this wire that's coming off the line, right? You don't want it back here, you know. You want it to be up against this guy. And, you know, if you try it, you'll figure it out. Because it'll either work or it won't, right? All right, let's see. Why are we not spinning? I see. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to just add a little bit more of this thing. Yeah, we've come off. So we're going to bend up here and get the whole damn thing grabbed. Now I gotta make this come out a little bit more so I can actually do what I'm supposed to. There we go. And it's finicky. Ah! I'll wrap this back again. Now I'm just gonna take it out. So I'm trying to untie this bitch. Just take that out, do this, put it back. The things we do for love. Okay. Now you want to get this in the right spot, and you want to get this close, and you know you're grabbing this thing, you're pinching it, right, and you want it to be able to unspool freely, and all the stuff. So, but you want it close, and you want to kind of be holding it at a 90, and you'll just look at it and you'll be like, okay, this is working, it's not working, and you'll just make adjustments. What's going on? I'm in the wrong spot. There we go. Cocksucker. All right, so, and that's another thing. When you're working with thin wire, you can just break the shit, and it's fantastic. Some people do this stuff with like 40. Huh. Yeah, I just need to get a better swivel. There's some, like, I grabbed this guy, right? This has got, like, the bearings and shit. And there's one, like these bearings in here, they spin great. Not this thing, not the thing that actually needs to spin. Like when you spin this, when it's under load, like with some tautness to it, it's all, you know. Yeah, I want to get one of the stainless ones, the ones that are actually kind of like a ball, kind of like the old school brass ones, but they're big and they spin nice, you know. This side actually spins all right. You can feel a tiny bit of grit. But, yeah, I almost want to like dunk this thing in like graphite dust or some shit. Yeah, WD-40 is a good idea, but I'd be afraid that I'd end up putting it back in there, and it would end up, the WD would I don't know, collect some bullshit, and which is why I'd try and use some sort of dry lubricant or something. But what do I know? I'm just a bass player. I don't know shit. Oh, now that I put that thing in there, I gotta take it back out because I don't have my hoop on. You stay right there. Right. Rihanna told me that this morning. She was like, Hulk's dead, dude. I was like, oh, man. To be honest, man, I know I play music and all that, and that bums me out more than Ozzy. I went to go see Ozzy in 2000 at Ozfest. And I figured he was going to die in 5 years after that, I'm surprised he made it, you know, this long. But then watching some of the clips of his last little show, where he's like in this little throne, and sure they tried to make it look like it was, part of the show, and but he needed that chair. That's why it was there. It wasn't because he was sitting on the throne of darkness and whatever. If you got a guy that's sitting there and his legs are shaking and it's like it bummed me out, dude. I would not have wanted to pay to go see a show and then see that, you know. Well, right, right. I knew he had that. I mean, he's had it for 9 or 11 years or something, diagnosed. Who knows how long he had it. But what really tripped me out is, when I saw him at Ozfest, he was doing his little old man baby steps, on the stage, back and forth, and it was just kind of like, wow, that doesn't look great, But then when he would sing, it was wow, he sounds good, you know. It wasn't matching, you know. I suppose it brought right. Yeah, it was this little shuffle, you know. I suppose it'd be similar to seeing like Dio or something. And that guy uh that guy is like not only is he still rocking, that dude is like still like amazing, you know. I mean, I'm not into their stuff or anything, right? It's not like, I turn on Dio every once in a while, but the dude is fantastic. Okay, we're rocking. Let's see what happens. This will drive me crazy. Why? I don't know if I've ever had this much trouble trying to make a coil mount. I think what's going on is maybe I'm tightening it too much in the chuck and it's stressing the wire, and that could be it. So we're gonna go a little bit less. We won't even take it to the click because it's just got to hold the pitch. But yeah, Hulk Hogan, man, what a bummer. Oh, okay, baby. Right, I think that was it. The chuck. And we look spaced and all the shit, so I think we're good. And we're gonna clip you. Now, you want these wraps going in the same direction, right? So if they're wrapping this way, you know, when you cut this thing, you want to set these wires next to each other so they're both wrapping this way, you know. So we're going to cut you off right here. Well, we can just put you in the chuck. We'll save that. And where about-ish is the middle-ishness? Right there. That's about where it starts to be good. Okay. And since we flipped it, you've got to go like that. Ish. Okay, that's that for that. That's bullshit. So we can put all that down at that end. Now we make two little points over here. Wait. Put these in the chuck like so. Now we can get rid of this shit. Put you in there. Now we take this and put this into the thing. That's just extra. We can get rid of that. That's too much. Put you in there. Nah. Yeah. Now what some people do is they will like grab the wire and kind of give them one of these, and that will like loosen the wrap a tiny bit, therefore making the wrap that they put in later kind of slide in between the spaces easier. I've never really done that. You know, I get why they do it, but I say whatever. We take that, we bring it over here, and we make a little bend. A little twisty. Sure. Alright, so our links are off now because of that. So now we're going to come this way and make them straight. And reattach them to the chuck. Let's not click it. I want to break a bitch. Alright, so we wrapped with 34. That's right. So now we can just let this thing sit wherever. And we want to wrap in the same direction we wrapped. And you want to pinch right up. Hey, what's up, Peter? You want to pinch right up against these guys. And the spaces are not the best, so this is going to kind of be an ugly one. But I don't really give a shit, to be honest with you. And this swivel is a piece of garbage. So every time it chokes on the end, it fucks up. I just need to get better swivel. That way it'll keep things smooth. Grab it, go backwards in the drill, straighten that out. Come up here, grab it again, go backwards a little more, straighten it out, and the rest we can get by hand. Ish. This has a little space on here. I don't know if you can see it, but it has no teeth. Like, teeth comes up to about here, and I go into where there's no teeth and just kind of go down it and press it all. Wait. Okay, now wrap a couple out of this. I normally do 5 wraps. Toenail clippers. They work great, man. sure. It counts the vapes, huh? I don't know if mine do that. I haven't even looked. I know that some do. Geek Vape, yeah, they make some pretty good stuff, man. But yeah, this is the Coil. It is not perfect by any means. It's got some sections in it that are nice, but you can see where it choked and whatever. The juice doesn't care. I care much more than it cares. And Claptons are great too, but they like to spit a little bit more. They're a little poppy, a little spitty. These things, as long as you wick them properly, they don't do any of that shit. Man, this Tylenol needs to do what it's supposed to. How does this build even look? I'm sure they could use a new one. It still tastes fine, but screw it. Let's put a new thing in there. I mean, we built it. Sometimes I'll get in here and I'll start trying to build, some of these things, and if I'm having a hard time, I'll just be like, screw it, just grab a, piece of 24 or something, and, just wrap a super simple wire. Because it will work too. It really, really will. Okay, let's get rid of this vise. Put it back. Check out how old this vise is, man. Sears. Back when little, table clamping vices were decent, Pre-made Clapton wire, major time saver. Right, right. Um, yeah, I've heard good and bad things about the pre-made wires. Some people love them, and then I've heard other people be like, yeah, they don't even ohm out at the same. I've tested them, and it's like, do they vape? You know, I think that these are people that are like they're buying these pre-made coils, and then they want to be able to like take pictures of them and shit, put them on Instagram like they built them, and they're not perfect or whatever. I don't know, but they're probably made by a machine. Um, I'm sure they look great. Whatever. Ah, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna do the Kennedy. Let me vape what's in it though. How much? Yeah, finish what's in there. Right. Yeah, you can buy these. I forget what the machine's called. It's just like this. It kind of looks like a piece of junk, to be honest with you. But it's like a plastic box, right, with a little chuck coming out of it, and then right above the chuck, there's like this little plastic piece that has a brass bushing in it, and atop of that you can put your spool, right? So the line comes out and it goes down into the brass thing, and you can chuck in your wire, and then it comes with this other standalone vice thing, and it spins, and it will just basically create a Clapton, or fuse Claptons or whatever. I mean, the unit kind of looks a little, uh, it looks like it would weigh a couple grams. It looks pretty cheap, but I've seen the things that it makes, and they look perfect, you know. But knowing that something like that is available to the public, I know that whoever's selling coils as a business probably has some kind of unit that's substantial. But yeah, here's um, the cotton bacon, Japanese organic cotton pad. Here's one of the bags that I got. This was left to me by my buddy Dan, and this one he'd already gotten into. But yeah, I've been going through this stuff, and that's the first time I've ever used that. This is what I used to do. Stay. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, it's a shitload. I just take a cotton ball, right? And you can go around and find where it starts, right? And just do this, right? Because it obviously probably comes in a big sheet. They probably got something that cuts it. And then they probably toss this into something that just rolls it up into balls. But, they're all like that. You just find where it starts. which is, looks like it's going to be about right here. You just unroll it. And you can get a bag of cotton, 100% cotton balls for like $1 at the dollar store. And it's clean, And, I would just take a pair of scissors. And be like, wait. Not here to shame. Okay, well, right on. Just do that, and bam, you got a piece of cotton bacon, You can even clean this edge up if you want. I mean, if you're super crazy. And, basically create exactly what this cotton bacon is. It's, well, it shouldn't be, because of what cotton balls are intended to be used for. They're generally supposed to be like for your face or wounds, and I would hope that the standards would keep them from being treated, but who knows? I've never tasted anything weird or anything like that off of them out of the years that I've used it. You just want to make sure that you get 100% cotton, because there's other ones that are they have like nylon stuff in it and whatever is in it. Ooh. Okay, let's get a little baggie. Now I've got these tweezers here. They've kind of got like this. They're like a blade, actually. They probably wouldn't be the best for tweezing hairs or whatever, because they would just cut it. But this is what I use to grab the cotton and pull it out normally. But since we're just going to remove these coils, I'll just leave it in there and pull the coils out. One of these screws was stripped out, so I went to Tacoma Screw and handed him one of the screws and was like, I need 2 of these things. He was like, ooh, those are tiny. He came back with 2 exactly like it. And I was like, right on, man, what do I owe you? He was like, nah, don't worry about it. So I got 2 replacement screws for free. Bam! Which is great, because if I'm sure if I were to order these from Kennedy or something, they'd be like, $15 or something insane. Considering the atomizer is like, I don't know, $120. But I've got this, you know, you can get these building stations, right? And this one is kind of neat because not only does it read your ohms and all that shit, but it can actually fire your atomizer. I mean, you can vape on the damn thing if you wanted to. You can just push this button and hit it if you wanted to. But it's got two settings. One is just to read it, right? And this one is to actually fire it. There's nothing in it right now, so nothing would work. Nothing would happen. But let's see. We got this guy and this guy. Now we're going to do just a 5 wrap. I wrapped it to 6, but that was just for shits and giggles. So we will pull you back a bit, pull you back a bit, yes. Get this super tight around this bitch. We don't need all of that. And because of the nature of this guy, you want to actually put your coils all the way up to the shafts here. And then, I mean, if you're just doing a regular coil wrap, let me see what's going on. Yesterday, when I went to the vape shop, there was a couple signs on the door saying, due to the tariffs on Chinese-made good geek bars and this and that are not being sold anymore. So I imagine that those tiny Chinese screws would be stupid expensive and not available. Well, who knows? Kennedy is an American company. And we have American screw makers, you know. But yeah, Kennedy's an American company, you know, which is why their shit's stupid money, you know. I mean, you can get clones of it, you know. You can get clones of their stuff. You know, you could probably buy the same atomizer for $20 or whatever. But if you want to get the authentic, you know, pinky out, you know, whatever, the atomizer will cost you $120. I think. Something like that. It's pretty stupid. Really. But I don't have a machine shop. Not right now. I kind of did, but I sold my CNC machine. Okay. Snap a batch. Cut you off, and we'll take you. I'm gonna grab you. These were the same ones, right? I think so. Stretch you the fuck out. Grab you, stretch you the fuck out. Right. Put you through. Stick you through. Like that. Ish. Get you right up on this thing. Snappy, snappy. But that's kind of funny. I guess if you like them, buy them up, because there's, it's not like they can't sell them if they have them. I imagine that they're just gonna not be ordering anymore. But I don't know how tariffs work. Maybe it extends to things that were already purchased. But yeah, the shit will hit the fan. That's been predicted. So I'm going to start with this guy. Right, there's that guy. There's this guy. There we go. Ish. Just have to tighten this bitch down a bit. Position. I wonder what this is going to amount to. We shall see. Well, it was cool seeing you in Jem's live last night, man. And I think that she appreciated you showing up. You know, she obviously recognized you. So, you know, we're both kind of in the process of building our stuff up. You know, she actually had quite a bit of people going to her thing for a while, and she's kind of thinking that she might be shadow banned a little bit right now because it's just dropped so much. But who knows what the real deal is. Um, I don't think she's really doing anything that's gonna get her shadow banned, you know. But, you know, I haven't been to every one of her things. So, I don't know. Maybe she said a word. That YouTube doesn't like, you know. Maybe somebody brought up some sort of topic and she was like, you know, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Chimpanzini? Instead of being like, yes, totally, I agree. Robot. Where is... There we go. Okay, so now we got it in this damn thing. And those are already pretty centered. I got some hot legs already. I can see it. Hot spots, hot spots. But we can remedy that by doing a little bit of this. Just oh, look at that. This one's still got a little bit. All gone. So now we grab this bitch. Is this hot as fuck or what? You pull it out. Reposition. Grab you. Pull it out. Whoa! Oh, that's right. That's on. Did I just fucking bend the shit out of that wire? I might have to replace that damn coil now. So I was pulling on it with it hot. Don't tell me I did that. I think we might be okay. That would just piss me off. It's heating pretty evenly. Got these guys. One point I grabbed something way too hard and they like chipped. And so I brought them out to the garage and I, reshaped them a bit. All right, so we were ohming out at 0.19. It just jumped up to 0.2, which is pretty nice. Now we're back down to 0.08118. We'll just have to see. You know, builds like this can be kind of all over the place. really close to those post holes. Lift it up a tiny bit. Center them. I'm going to turn you off so I don't accidentally hit it. I'm going to pull you out. Center you on the holes. One thing I don't like about doing builds like this is they're springy. You know, you can like be holding them in a certain spot, and they just you really got to work with them to get them to go where you want. But once you get them where you want, they'll stay. Now let's see. All right, that's beautiful. And it's ohming out at 1.8, 1.7. One 1.5. Point 1.5. So we'll grab some of this cotton pork here. Let's see what we can do with it. There we go. And what I normally do is I just cut it right down the middle, which is too much for either side. But you can remedy that by how much you thin it out later. And I hate that it has this this thick shit on the outside. You know, you have to remove it. But in removing that, you can remove more, you know, enough to where, you know, how fat you made it, you know, works out. Ever since I got my first Relux with the LCD screen, I just built my RD on the deck of the mod since it would tell me what it was ohming at. Yeah, I did that all the time too. In fact, I always did that. This thing was left to me. This is one of the things that was left to me with the cotton and all this other shit. He had a, you know, I have no idea what he spent on this damn thing. Probably, you know, more than it is worth, because it's just vape stuff. But it's easy to build on, you know, so I use it. So there we go. I do my work threading a needle thing. Point. Sometimes I'll even, there we go. Let's take it through. Point. And as I'm sticking it through, I'll hold the the tail, right? And I'll twist the tip as I pull it through. And these guys, you want it not crazy tight. Not crazy tight. And what I normally do is I'll take a tool or something and I'll see how far down I need to go, right? This one looks like it's actually all right. This guy, that's about where I need to cut it, right? Right where that is. And if I don't have my scissors on me, I'll just use these things. But since they're right here, that's what I'll do. Boing. I'll pull this up, take a look, and we'll make them the same because I'm freaking crazy. Now, we'll take this guy, we'll do the same damn thing. Get your toy, baby. Where's your toy? There it is. There's your toy. Get it. It's right there. There's your toy. Roxy, look. There it is. Bring it here. Bring your toy. You got your toy. You better get it. You better get that toy. An ohm tester, some of them aren't bad. Some of them are like just this little black box. In fact, I can go grab one. And they're pretty cheap. It's just a plastic little piece of shit, really, that has, a 510. Connection. Here, I'll grab it real quick. This is my mod box. This used to be completely full of mods. And not like shit packed, but it had the foam that you can like remove pieces and make it custom. So it's like I had my mechs over here, and here's like the old Dimitri. It's a parallel box mod. It's a little fucked up and dangerous to use. This is an old IPV. It doesn't work. So it's basically just holding garbage right now. But yeah, I was very into vaping at one point, and I told you I'm a freaking geek. But here's a let me see. This thing's probably just toast. Left batteries in here and. Okay, these are shit for sure. Let me get some batteries, put some in here, and see if this thing even still works. But yeah, this is an ohm reader. You put your atomizer on here, boing, you turn it on, and it'll give you a digital. Right, they were known for exploding, and it's because they're ran in parallel, right? And some people would put their shit in there, series, right? Which you cannot do. You can't do that. There's no safety in it. It's basically a mech. Yeah, there's nothing in there. There's nothing in there. It's just an aluminum box. Like, and this one is like busted too. Like it's I forget exactly what's wrong with it, but it stopped working. But they're kind of cool. But I wrote danger on it because it's not working. But you know, it's got these magnets on it, you know, that hold it in place. You can pull it down. But yeah, you just put your batteries in here, positive up, and then you screw these things up, and that makes your contact. Right here in here is you know, this is how that works. So you got your contacts here. This one hits the atomizer. This is just a little spacer, so no contact gets made. But right here, you know, the thing that screwed this, your little a very thin aluminum fuse, if you want to call it that, onto the bottom of the 510, it broke off. You know, there's no screw, there's no nothing. And this is how your button worked. You basically push this, and it came down and touched the this guy, right? Made contact, and that would, you know, complete the circuit. But it's I suppose I could fix it, you know. I really could. You know, I can get in here and solder some stuff or do something, and it would work again. But whatever. Yeah, it's just straight power. I mean, it does have to go through some stuff. You know, like you're going through a couple like aluminum bands, you know. Yeah, no, it's in the box. It's done, you know. I mean, it was cool when I first got it, but when I first got it and it was working as good as it can work, it was still kind of a janky piece of shit. I mean, the button is kind of cheese. You know, I could probably improve this thing. But I really wish this thing still worked. This is the old IPv3 LI. This was like the fucking mod back in the day. You know, it had this thing which was like a touch sensitive thing, and you can see how old it is. It just had that style of connector. But this thing was quick. You know, as soon as you push the button, and it had a button that worked every time. You know, there was no weirdness. The door was nice. I loved this thing. I was pissed when it took a shit. And I don't remember exactly what happened to it. But it just doesn't work anymore. But let me grab some batteries for this thing. And it should just have batteries in it. Anyway, look at the doggy. Yeah, you should be able to get one of these things for, I don't know, under $10 at a shop. Maybe 3 online or something, $4. Um, they're, I mean, there's literally nothing to them. It's decided it does want to turn on now. Oh, there's a little bit of corrosion in here. $55. I had a KV LT mod. It's very similar 3D printed battery tray inside aluminum copper sheet box. Total piece of shit. Yeah, I've seen some of those things, you know, and people would be like, "Oh, it's 3D printed. Ooh, very cool." And it's like, right on. I'm glad that it's 3D printed. You know, is it nice? You know, I'm not like, you know, who gives a fuck if it's 3D printed? You know, I mean, I'm a geek, but I'm not such a geek that I'm gonna like, you know, forget that it needs to be nice. You know? Okay, well, this thing was working just a second ago. Like it actually decided it was gonna say hi, and then this thing might just need to be cleaned. There's a little bit of corrosion in here. Roxy, chill out for a second, okay? You're a dog. Remember, you are a dog. I don't know, that might have been its last hurrah. Nothing was hooked up to it, but it did turn on. And, well, you know, and the battery things are super tight, and I mean, you can barely spin them in here. Could be the switch, too. Oh, it is. Okay. So I could probably get in there with some sort of electronics cleaner and fix that. All right, so yeah, there you go. 0.32. Yeah. I mean, this thing's cheap enough that I'm not really worried about it. But, you know, I'm sure this thing just needs a squirt of something in here and go back and forth. You can see that it's just... Yeah, the switch is going out. It's got some shit in it. Well, it works now. Magic. So whatever. Back in the box. I should pull all the mods out of that thing and fill it up with guns anyways. Okay, so back to this thing. Now that that's doing that, I like to kind of comb this thing down, lift it up, and then stick it in, tip first down. I've seen people just kind of, but come on. So grab this guy, lift it up, tip first, and then once you push, the tip will just kind of, keep going in there. Wait. Hold on, Rock Dog, we're almost done here. Besides, problem is I've spoiled the hell out of her. She's a spoiled little girl. So many toys. So it's Rihanna. Rihanna's yeah. That's why it just needs to be skirted with a little bit of a cleaner, and then move back and forth, and all that shit will just get eaten up by the cleaner, and it'll just be brand new again. Never used, brand new, virgin. Okay, so let's see. I mean, I could juice it up on this thing, but whatever. We're gonna put you on here, and you're just gonna taste so good. You're gonna change lives. It always kind of pisses me off, like the first time you juice these things up. They're just so thirsty. I mean, I just filled the well on that thing 3 times. This is like a 2 milliliter well. So, okay, well, that shouldn't do that. You should ask if this is a brand new atomizer. Yes. And we're at 0.15. So this is going to be a hot build-ish. Might even be nice on a Mac. I'm going to break it in slow. Oh, nice, even. That's looking good. Let me rinse this thing off. Huh? Good doggy. Huh? Snack. Is what you want, snacks? I'll give you a little bit. This is what happens when I feed you early. Lunch actually does come around, and you're like, "Hey, it's like lunchtime. What's going on?" Okay, so wipe you up, put you in there, and we're going to take this and just go a little bit around the rim here, like so, and go boop. That's nice. Okay, so let me see what's going on here. Oxidation on the contacts. I'm sure. What? I just got back. Hello. Hi there. That's a massive RDA. I came in and heard, so is Rihanna. What? What is Adam saying? What? I was in the kitchen making a cup of noodles, so I missed what he said. I don't even. So is Rihanna. I don't know what I said either. If you know, if I'd tell you, good or bad, and I wouldn't be saying anything bad anyways. But such a bitch. But I don't remember. Honestly. Maybe apparently he missed it too, so he can't remind me. Yeah, I don't remember. So is Rihanna. I don't know. Right. No, you're the furthest thing from a bitch. No. No, you are a relief. You know, especially what I'm, yeah. So, are you a dog? You need to go dog outside. Well, we can go do that. We can go be dogs outside. But let's bring everybody. Yeah, let's bring everybody on a little dog walk to the yard, so she can like pick a perfect spot and then just poop on it. Okay. I think there's a little table out here I can set you guys on. Oh, look at that. There is. Hold on, Rock Duck. There you go. So let's see what you're seeing. Okay. Grab my vape. There we go. so sunny out lately. You know, we might even have to like water the grass. That's not something you do here. It's kind of crispity. You gonna go potty or what? It's messed up. You go outside? Huh? Outside? Okay. She was being sneaky. Yeah. She wants a treat. That was all just a ploy. She's thinking, I'm gonna go outside and do nothing, stand around, and then Dad's gonna bribe me with a treat to get back in the house. She's a smart girl. What's that? Down, down, down. Okay. I'm floating. Does Roxy run off if she's not on a leash? No. If there's another dog, like there's this dog that comes from over there, somewhere in like this area, and it will like come out and then just walk this way, and it likes to piss in our yard. And she's kind of like made friends with that dog, you know. So if that dog comes around, if Roxy sees it, she'll run after it and go out into the field, and they just kind of like run in circles around each other. And or if somebody's you know, walking by, you know, she'll run out to them. And she tends to scare people because she's very boisterous and whatever. You know, she's almost been pepper sprayed a few times because she's got a very loud bark and whatever. But that's just how she talks, you know. And I've had to be like, whoa, 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 you know, don't worry about it. Just you know, let her say hi. That should, you know, just chill out, you know. And I know a lot of people are like, you know, they're nice, and then the dog ends up attacking people and whatever. But Roxy is very good natured, you know. Right, okay, so looks like Rihanna already answered the question. Just thinking the grass looks dry. Water the veggie plants too. I'm back again. Enterprise branch manager just came in to say hi at my work. Okay, well, I can head out and water the plants. I can bring y'all with while I do that. I'm sure it'll just be super neato. You know, you'll love it. And all that. I can bring Rock Dog outside for that too. She'll hang out, and you know, you'll see. She don't run off. She if I'm out there with her, she just wants to be with who's ever there. You know, she just wants to chill and hang out and just be a part of whatever's going on. Well, I'm glad, babe. It's almost like you are. I mean, we wouldn't go as far as homeboy, you know, video streaming while we sleep, so we can sleep together. You know, like whatever the hell they were doing, video chat. They're sleeping. You know. I about slapped him when he told me they were doing that. It's like, oh, she wants me to, you know, tell her no. Tell her no. That's stupid. You know? Oh, some few people left. Oh, they must be some people that do that. Dorks. All right. I'm going to put a different build in this thing. Now that we've this was just a simple whatever build just to get something in here. Truly nothing special. Like you can see, it's just a single wire. But I'm going to put something in here that's actually going to do something. I mean, it's fine, you know. But come on. Let me give this thing a rinse. Put a build in it. And then we will go water the plants. Okay, what's going in this? I think I might, maybe I wrapped a 4-wrap in here. Well, there was this one, but that's just gargantuan. I'm not going to use that. Sure. Yeah, well, they're weird, but they're not a thing anymore, right? You know, Trevor found his new love. hopefully he can end up breaking up with that stuff, because that stuff is not good for anyone. But that was just not only weird, but stupid. You know, it's one thing to be weird. It's another thing to just be dumb. You know? Like, well, that doesn't make sense. That's just dumb. But, you know, we've got a lot of nonsense stuff going on today. Much more nonsensical than that. That's just, you know, some people could look at that and be like, oh, that's kind of cute. You know, other people would be like, yeah, it's cute, but that's really just kind of dumb. You know, there's other people doing stuff where it's like, well, that's fucking insane. You know. Crazy. Okay. Come on. New Mexico, huh? Right? That's where that is. Is that what's going on, man? You know, I had to do it, man. It's it's what we do, you know. We take care of our mothers. So I'm guessing its results weren't ideal. Yeah, yeah, she lied about it, and that made things hard. And she ended up telling other people in the family, but not me and my brother. And what's kind of messed up about it is the family members that did know. It's like, my mom must have said something like, I haven't told Adam and Andrew yet, so don't tell them anything, blah, blah, blah. So, like, I would come and visit her, you know, because I wasn't living here at the time. And whoever would be staying here or, you know, visiting or whatever would give me this shit eating grin, like, um, I know something you don't know, you know. Just, they were twisted people, you know. Maybe. Let me see what's. Okay. I took Adam off transfusion machines. Okay. I asked her what the doc's been telling us gatekeeping. Take care of her growth. My mom's doing the same thing. She's admitting a lot. I need to protect my feelings. Um. Um. Yeah. That's thoughtful, I guess. You know, to try and protect your feelings, but that can only last so long. You know what I'm saying? Because eventually you're gonna be like, uh, you know, like surprise, you're dead, right? Uh, I don't know. People, people can do weird things sometimes, and their logic doesn't really make sense, and it's, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why everybody does what they do. I think we might switch this out for a different dude. Ooh, what was that? Oh, it's liquid. Thought it was a spark. About ready to shit. Like, that shouldn't be happening. But we can hang on to this guy. But we're gonna start with something that's got longer legs. Good, do that. And you know, that's one way around all of that shit. You know. You know, I honestly wish that I might have been in the position to have gotten that. Um, but you know. My dad is dealing with that, with power of attorney stuff right now, because his parents are um, they're multimillionaires, right? And the husband of his mom is like hates the boys. He's got daughters that are like not his family, right? They're like steps and shit. This is his stepdad. And you know, my dad's mom, my grandma, she's got her own money because she was a businesswoman, right? And real savvy. And homeboy has his own money too because he is savvy too. And but what's going on is one of homeboy's daughters, my dad's step sisters, is going and like writing out like he's emptying she's emptying out the bank accounts, right? Writing herself like $500,000 checks and for this, a $40,000 check this day for whatever, a $250,000 check for one day for whatever. Uh, Very often, it's not like she's hell bent on emptying out these accounts, which they have multiple of, and it's 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 a twisted thing. But my dad is about to get power of attorney and put the kibosh on all of that shit. And we'll just have to see how it plays out. Like in my experience, people get weird when money it becomes up for grabs and there's death involved. People just start getting weird. And but yeah, it's really cool that that you're some people they don't even give a shit. You know what I'm saying? They just put their parents in a home and wait till they die, and then they swoop in and fight amongst themselves about the money and whatever. And it's one thing if the person is like losing their mind and become violent and whatever, but yeah, he's he's greedy, but he's also a hater, which is why he's allowing her to spend all this money because that will prevent any of the money from getting to people like my dad and his brothers and whatever. And he's even gone as far as pulling his wife's name off of accounts. Not all of them yet, but I mean, if I wasn't the person I am now, I just need to shut the fuck up. Well, it's just us in here. The guy would disappear. That's just all there is to it. And so, well, I mean, Come on. Finish your chores. There we go. How long ago did you live here, and how long? Where were you? You know, Pacific Northwest is kind of an area. You know. All right, so this is a 0.63. That's probably going to change. Holy hot spots. There we go. Oop. Oregon City, south of Portland. Right on. Yeah. Oregon's a beautiful place. You know, it really is. The people are kind of stupid in some of the areas, you know. But that's everywhere. It's just that you get some places that have pockets of more stupid. And in my experience, Oregon has become that. There's just a lot more stupid going on there now. And I've had some pretty cool friends that have moved down there. And they've come back to visit, you know, and they're like different. You know, it's like that area has like leached into them, and they become like these, you know, they're not completely woke, you know what I'm saying? But like, they're like influenced. Yeah. Well, that'd be cool, man. Just stay out of the cities. You know, I'd say come to Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon's a shit. You know, it's chill. Uh, people's compass still fucking points north. You know, I mean, there's, you know, there are some idiots here. There really are. There are some idiots, but it's not like in the city where like being an idiot is like cool. And they like try to out idiot each other. You know, there's quite a few little neighboring towns that are like that. You know, we've got, you know, Burlington, Cedar Woolley, Mount Vernon. Those are all kind of what people would consider to be small towns. Well, the reason it's starting to get bad is because it's so damn beautiful here, and people have ruined where they live in the wokey ass places. You know, they've voted in things, you know, to the point where they can't even fucking stand it. So they leave, right? And then they come to a place like this, you know. But they are the minority. Okay, I think we're good on that shit. I'm done fucking with it. Oh, we got some of this and some of that, and blah 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 blah. You can go back in here and grab you. But yeah, you can tell there's a Mount Vernon. Right on. You can tell that there's been a significant increase in population here. Now, somebody that's coming from a place where there is like a significant population, they probably would be like, "This ain't shit." But us growing up here, um, we're not used to the little boom that we've experienced, and like think of it this way: um, you used to be able to like walk down to the main road that literally is a highway here, and you could look up the road this way and look down the road that way, and there would be 0 cars, and it's a highway, no cars. You know, every once in a while, me, you know. And then when we would have like our tulip festival, you know, yeah, it would be like, yeah, we're on West Side. And you know, the tulip festival would happen, and then there'd be like traffic. You know what I'm saying? But now it's kind of gotten to the point where sometimes, you know, depending on the time of day, it's almost like how tulip traffic used to be back in the day all the time. And the thing is you know, our tulip festival, it's a, you know, it is a world famous event. So people come here during the summer to see the tulips, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, this place is beautiful. Screw wherever I live." You know. So then they come here and they move here. But kind of like Rihanna's aunt, you know, she loved it during the summer. But then winter came, and we've got 9 months of gray shit with, you know, some periodic decent weather, but it's mostly shit. And you know, they go into seasonal depression and they can't handle it. So that's exactly what happened to her. She had to she moved back to, you know, sunny California, you know, and do the lizard thing, you know. But me, some people like me and Rihanna, it's it's normal, you know. It doesn't bother us, you know. It's just it's just how things are. Okay, I've got a feeling this build is going to be sensational. I actually really like this atomizer. It's a single coil atomizer, flavor atomizer. I'm sure they've come out with better flavor atomizers since this thing, but this is, you know, early attempt at single coil flavor chaser type stuff. Garden Rosalind, is that a tulip farm? It might be. You know, since I was raised here and the Tulip Festival is kind of a nuisance, um, I don't really look into any of that shit. I mean, there's Rusin Gardens, and the Rusins, that family, they're the people that actually started it all. Rihanna actually knows the old lady. I don't. She's probably dead now. Um, yeah, they were the OG tulip farmers. They're from Holland, right? Of course, tulips, Holland. They brought tulips here to Mount Vernon, started their business, and it's such a booming business here that Holland actually buys their tulips now from Mount Vernon. It's like gone full circle because of this lady. And Mount Vernon's one of the biggest seed producers in the world. I mean, there's seed being produced in the field right across the street from my house right now. Um, I'm not exactly sure what seed it is. If I were to guess, I'd say cabbage, but I can't see. Actually, I don't know. I don't think that's cabbage. But you know, depending on where you live, you'll get real familiar with it's cauliflower. Okay, you'll get familiar with plants. Yeah, it stinks. Like there's parts of Mount Vernon that are just totally, you know, townish, you know, and then there's other parts of Mount Vernon that are totally farmish, you know, like fields and cows, you know. Yeah, it's a weird valley, but like I've heard many people say, once you come here, you can't really leave. Um, there's the valley. It's the call of the valley. You will return. And I think it's true. I absolutely love it here. I've been to other places. I've lived in other places. I've visited other places. And Skagit Valley is just the shit, dude. You know, I have nothing to do with its creation, of course, so it's not like anything I can brag about, you know, but it's just a bitchin' place. What is this? What is this? Looks like a little, I don't know, plug with some sort of thing on it. It was inside of this little baggie. I think it came with Dan's stuff. You know, it's got these 3 little protrusions. Yeah, no, I'm staying here till I die. That's just all there is to it. The valley, the valley, the valley, the valley, all the way. Love it. Up the valley. You know, we've got killer summers. We really do. The winter, the spring, the fall. Spring is okay. You know, fall, the winter, not so much. Yeah, you know, I've got a buddy, one of my buddies, he lived in Portland, and he thought he was going to be a lifer, and he's back up in Washington. Yeah. Yeah, things happen, man. All right. Well, I'm done with that coil. Let's take Roxy outside and water these plants. You don't miss LA. You know, when Gems goes live, I see wherever it is that they're at. I'm not familiar at all with LA. You know, I went to LAX one time, but the people and I don't know. It's just got a weird vibe down there. It just feels, not to say that everybody down there is um, just crazy and stupid, and you can find good everywhere, but LA just seems dumb. Massive shithole, sure. All right, let's go feed the plants, huh? You want to go feed the plants? We can go do that. Yeah, that'd be fun. Go feed them. Okay. Put this in the pocket. Too many libtards. There, I said it. Fucking say it, dude. You're in good company, dude. We feel the same way. Those guys are fucking straight off the short bus, dude. And they fell on the last step. Fucking, their brains don't work, man. Alright, let's see where I can put you guys. Pull this out. Set it right here. I'm gonna wait today. That do its thing for a second. The water's super hot, and it looks like Roxy might have gone over to Tanya's house. I'll be right back. Go. Toe matters. Yeah, rock. Oh, tomatoes. Some, yeah, we got a variety. Some of them are kind of funky and weird. We got them from this chick that goes to our church, and she's got a PhD in plant theology, and she works for some seed company. So these are like, special, crazy good genetics, whatever. And some of them I haven't even heard of. We've got different varieties of potatoes and peppers. Yeah. We're actually getting some fruit on them now. Let me turn you around. See what you're seeing here. Here. Probably rinse the house off too, because I'm sure we just got dusted when they plowed the field over there. You want to stand in the shade now that you're all burning up, huh? Mm-hmm. Come on, Rex. Let's go. Oh. My neighbors must love me. This is the reason why people have your age. What now? What makes you say that? Volunteer pepper. My neighbors. Well, why do you think they love or dislike me? Because I'm spraying water. Anybody in here that has an idea what Mr. Barry is talking about? Yeah, my dad lives in a place that has an HOA. He can't fucking stand it, you know. He's got, you know, people that stop by and they're like, I noticed that you've got 2 cars parked in this area and or whatever they're talking about. It's like, yeah, I'm not breaking any rules. Yeah, but you still here, babe? Let me see something. Check if the chat froze here. No, it didn't. Yeah, my neighbors do love me, actually. They think I'm the shit. Yeah, I'm back. I was just watching a dude preaching the gospel. It was great. I'll have to show you when I get home. Okay, cool. I live outside of an HOA and their Nazi leader used to try and bully me about stupid shit until I proved to them that I'm not part of their circus. Yeah, I don't know. Some dude came in here. I've seen his name before. I think he's in some something that I frequent. But he was like, you know, your neighbors must love you. This is why homes, you know, they have HOAs. And it was like, what are you talking about? What, you know, what are you referring to? What did you see? But he must have been in and out. I don't know what he. Hey, what's up? But he never responded. You know, I wish he would have told me what he was talking about. You know. Stacked stuff. What stuff is stacked? Are you talking about like um, the pallets with the water container up on top of it? But yeah, I can do whatever I want on my property. I can go out in my yard and shoot fucking guns. You know, nobody's gonna come running. You know, cops aren't gonna come. We're allowed to live here. You know, nobody's gonna come around and be like, I noticed that, um, according to the stipulations, uh, eat shit. You know? And no, I don't have a Pinto out there. You know, if I owned a Pinto, I would hot rod it out, man. You know, I'd throw an obscenely uh, ridiculous motor inside of that thing. Either that or a gremlin. You ever see those guys that do that shit to those stupid ass cars? You know, uh, that's what I do with a Pinto. Uh, but you know, way to jump to conclusions there, homie. Yeah, no, gremlins are just buckets, dude. They're so dumb looking. Uh, there's another one. There's the gremlin. There's the Pinto, and there's another one that's, you know, like has like the bubbled out. I can't remember which one it is, but it's an ugly ass car too. Uh, I'm from the United States. Nigeria's cool. I've met a lot of cool people from Nigeria. I doubt they have the HOA over there either. You know. I mean, it serves a purpose, and as long as you have, uh, you know, people that are reasonable running it. But a lot of times you've just got kind of miserable, bored people that are kind of running the show, and you take those two things and it's the recipe for disaster, really. All right, dog. You take a miserable, bored person and you give them, like, you know, this much authority, and all of a sudden they think they're like a cop, you know. I want to bring everybody together for a meeting. We've got to discuss Timothy and that stack of wood that he has. It is such an eyesore. He said he was going to have his greenhouse built in 2 weeks. It has been 3, and I have been gracious. Ah. What's going on here? Oh, our house kicks ass, man. Okay, you want to be friends, get to know us, keep coming around. You know. Subscribe. Keep coming around. You might not even like who I am or the people in the chat. You know. Okay, we'll do that. Subscribe. No, I'm not stopping you from subscribing. So go ahead and subscribe and keep coming around, man. Here's my dog. Her name is Roxy. She's a mouthy girl. Let them judge. Who cares? If I remember right, the whichever channel he's in, he's kind of like a prick over there too. I don't remember, but it's it is what it is. Some people are just not the happiest of people. Thanks, man. I'll tell her you said that. Bow wow. She said thanks. Uh-huh. Oh, you don't say. It's not time yet, dude. So you need to chill. Right. Well, and that's kind of their thing. Like they'll go through lives and stuff, and rather than, talk to the people that are in the lives or, be friendly or whatever, they look for things that they can like talk shit about. Like, oh, you're not going to pick up with stuff off your counters, huh? And nobody can see them. They could be, some dude that's surrounded with trash and, have, pizza on their stomach and, but people that are happy don't do that. That's not a behavior that's done by people that are happy. Like somebody that's an up and atom, happy person, they're not going to, you're like, man, I feel great today. What am I going to do? I don't know. I'm going to go and look for somebody to talk shit about. I don't know. So when people start doing that stuff, rather than me getting offended by whatever they're saying, I just kind of feel bad for them. But I did want to know what he was referring to. What are you seeing that I'm not seeing? She got the shit wine going. You think she's got a poo? You gotta go potty? Huh? Okay. We can try and do that. I brought her outside, but know. If you ask me, I think you could be right, babe. Dropping snakes. All right, here, I'll turn you guys outside here. Huh. Yeah, I told her to go potty, and she just kind of looked at me a couple times, and I was like, go potty, and then she just came to the door. So, she's indecisive. The mud snake. Dropping snakes. She must be bored. Could be. Well, she's just laying down. Right. Yeah, she'll smell something and think that somebody's outside or something like that, and she has to go look. And then, you can always tell if she thought something was outside, 'cause as soon as the door opens, she stops on the porch and just looks. If she's got to go, she just, she's on it. And, then she'll be like, oh, okay, well, I guess I gotta, go walk around in the yard like I asked. And then she'll walk around and smell stuff, and then she'll just turn around and look at you and be like, okay, bring me back in the house. This is dumb. Plus the grass is wet right now, so she's kind of a prissy princess. You gonna drive down there after dark tonight? Oh, you I'll be back. Got a customer to check in. All right. Well, right on. I'll see you in a little bit then. Okay, less traffic. How long is it going to take you to get there, man? Nine hours. Oh man, yeah, that's a trip. When I was a kid, we used to make that drive, that length of a drive to go up and see my mom's parents. We drive up to Revelstoke, BC, and it's like a 9-hour drive. You know, depending on if you stop or whatever, you know, it can become like 10 hours. But I used to hate it. It was, I mean, you know, it's scenic and whatever. But, you know, because you're going up through BC, British Columbia. But, yeah, that trip is not fun, especially when it was just me and mom in the car. Not a fun drive. I've got a story about one of the trips. One time, we drove up there, and we're driving forever, and we get to like this long stretch of road, right, in between whatever and whatever, right? And all of a sudden, I look off to the side of the road, and there's this telephone pole that is like cut in half, and it is hanging from the wires. Like that's what's keeping it up off the ground. You get the visual here. And what had happened is this car had veered off the road and driven straight through it and cut it in half. And that's what we saw first was the telephone pole. And we drive a little ways later, and we're the first ones on the scene. Just me and my mom. And there's some girl in the car, and you could only tell it was a girl because of, you know, her build and her hair and all of that. But the front of her car was completely mashed. Her windshield was gone. And I just remember we pulled over because we saw the car, right? And I walk up towards the car, and her face is completely caved in. completely caved in. And she's still alive because she's breathing, right? And I know she's breathing because the blood is bubbling out of her throat. You know, it's just like this. Right. And I just remember standing there looking at her like, wow, that's crazy. You know, I'd never seen anything like this. I'm a little kid, you know. And I'm just standing there looking. And, you know, shortly after that, some other people show up. And then, like, an ambulance shows up. And at some point, somebody, like, grabs me and walks me off or whatever. But, you know, the whole time I'm just kind of like standing there, just kind of taking it all in, you know, like, wow, this is pretty intense, you know, this is pretty crazy. And at some point, you know, we get back into the car and we drive for a little bit. And then my mom pulls over again and she just, like, you know, breaks down crying, you know, because she saw the situation also. And it was just, you know, I guess, too much for her. And, but, yeah, it was weird. You know, it was a weird thing to see. Oh, I need to put some batteries into you here. You're down to 5%. What do you say? I didn't even notice. Oh, it's a dude. Oh, he didn't say anything though. Just kind of, uh, just kind of hanging out, looking for something else to pounce on. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's a dude. Just by that's what I've gathered. I don't know the person, but you know, just from the type of attitude and I you know, I just think it's a dude. And either that or an angry dyke. But I think it's a guy. Oh. So, whatever. People, some people do what some people do, you know. This build actually tastes really good. I'm surprised it tastes better than this one right now. Maybe I need to reposition the coil or something. But it tastes really damn good. Normally this is the one that kind of kicks the shit out of that thing. Flavor wise. This one's called the Morphe. It's kind of a trip. It's just a single coil one. The air goes in on both sides, hits the single coil, and it's got springs. It's kind of a bitch to build in, especially if you're doing anything more than just like a single wire. Because you kind of gotta, splay your leads out a little bit, to get it in here and then get this one in here. But it's got springs, which is kind of cool. It's handy. You can just push these down, and when you push it down, it opens up these slots right here. Like if I were to push this down, like the thing would come out and this little gap would open, and you slide your lead in there, and then you let go, and it goes back up and presses it up against this bar. And they're really strong springs. Like in the beginning, they tried to do spring stuff, and the springs weren't really that strong. Like you'd put your build in there and try to manipulate your coil, and it would just pull the thing out, and be like, okay, this, like, I get your idea or what you're trying to do, but this is kind of a piece of shit. These springs are they're like it came with extra springs, so I've actually looked at them, and they're pretty beefy. I haven't had to replace the springs in this thing yet, luckily. There's a little Allen key on this side, a little grub screw, and one on this side, so I'm guessing what you do is you'd unscrew this, and then this thing would probably, let me show you what I'm talking about. On the inside, you can barely see it. On the inside, right here, right in the middle, right there, there's a little grub screw. So I'm guessing you'd pull that out, and this piece would come out, because it goes up and down inside of this little shaft thing, and the grub screw actually becomes the stop. Oh, hey. Becomes the stop. So I'm thinking if you pulled that out, this thing would come out, and the spring's probably sitting down in here somewhere. But oh shit, what's going on? Yeah, I was debating on leaving here at some point to send you that stuff. Run down to the post office and take care of that. But I might not get to it today. But I'm gonna send it to you. I do what I say. So y'all will y'all will get it. So, and I think it'd be fun to see you guys fuck with that shit. No, I figured you wouldn't be tripping, but I want to see. Uh, you and the boys mess with that stuff. It'll knock your heads off. It's no joke. I broke one and I sniffed it, and it's the real deal. These are the ones that are encapsulated in glass, and the glass thing that you break is wrapped in fiberglass. So when you break it, you don't cut your fingers and shit, right? And this is unlike those, whatever the hell. No, I don't think so. I think you'll, do one of those. But the stuff that you're seeing like on Joe Rogan and all those other things, they're not. No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't eat this shit. No. Have I shown this stuff to you? What are you talking about? Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab it. This will take 1 minute. You stay. You just be a doggy. Okay, these are them. This is like from an old medical kit. Okay. It's an ammonia inhalant. Use as inhalant only. Okay. And it's got directions on the back. Says, use your fingers to squeeze it, and you'll crush the glass, and says hold 4 or 5 inches from nose, and that's no shit. I mean, like, I had it like over here. See if you can see the distance. I can still smell the thing. It's so this is what they look like. So yeah, you just take this guy and you break it, and the liquid that's inside of that thing is going to soak this fiberglass stuff, and I've seen people even break it under their nose. I wouldn't do that. I just wouldn't. Maybe on a prank on someone else, be like, yeah, it's ammonia inside. But this is medical grade shit. This isn't what's trending right now, But because it's trending right now, I think you can get some serious traffic for it. And just call it like, the popular name, smelling salts, but you refer to it as like medical grade smelling salts. What happened if you did it real close? It would just it'd be super fucking strong. You know, it won't kill you or anything like that. It's not gonna kill you. But yeah, this is the stuff that they used to use to like wake people up when they're knocked out. Like if somebody gets knocked out, from like a boxing match or say whatever, they'd like, I don't know if you remember like you know like the old cartoons and shit with like Elmer Fudd or whatever, and somebody gets knocked out and they break something under his nose, and you see like the little bubbles that go under his nose and shit, and right, you know what I'm talking about. This is what they were using. I mean, this stuff is old school. Like I found an old medical kit in my garage, and it's basically new old stock. Like this had the plastic on it still, wrap, and I have two of these packs. One of them, everything in there still wrapped in plastic. It was like brand new. The outside was all dirty and stuff, but I opened it up, it was like it was brand new, everything. And I saw this and I was like, holy fuck, But the point is because of the popularity of smelling salts and shit online, I think that you could really milk these fuckers and ask it for a high price. Right? Yeah, you could. You could probably even ask for $200 or something like that. And it's not going to be a big deal. Sure, it'll rock your socks off, but and I'll send you a couple of them, even though you could break one of them, and it's going to last. You know what I'm saying? Because the whole thing's just going to get soaked, and you can pass it around. And everybody can, pass it around for probably an hour or something. But you get what I'm saying. And I think I did one on a stream. I think it was just me and Croc and in here. Homegirl might have been in here too. And it's it about knocked my head off. Like, yeah, I mean, you guys are into doing fucked up shit and for money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was Viola. Yeah. And instead of like, doing the typical stuff that you guys are doing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think the boys are would especially Blake and Pierce. I think they'd go a little overboard with it. I think Streamer would, or Hollywood. I think he'd be a little more gangster about it. But you can't fake it with this stuff. You're not gonna. I don't care how tough you are or whatever. You're going to react. Yeah. It might even turn their hair brown. Let me put this shit back real quick. Okay. Get your toy, huh? You want this toy? Huh? Yeah. Clown smoothies. Huh. What would that entail? Hey, what's up, Peter? We're just we're talking over some work here. Yeah, what's gonna be in that clown smoothie, man? I'm kind of interested to hear what that's all about. You got your toy, huh? Bring it here. Get your toy here. Bring it here, baby. Come on. She just wants to chew on it. Anything on the table for triple digits, and you'll just blend it. Well, make sure that it's not. Well, I guess it is all food. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by. Um, I'll see you around. All right, cool. And hey, if you talk to the cats before I see them, tell them you've seen what I was telling you about, and tell them it's fucking real. You know. So, but yeah, enjoy serving up that sushi. Yeah, dude, this build is kicking ass. I'm glad I switched out. It's just better. Okay, I thought about doing that. Um, actually, because I told Gems I was going to go today and do that, and I'd have to drive through Old Town, Mount Vernon, to get there. So you'd get to see like kind of the sleepy part of Mount Vernon, as opposed to like the new builds, where they're putting in more, I guess, city style type shit. It's not exactly the same as like if you were to go to like Seattle or whatever, of course, but it's definitely different. Um, but like I said, I told Gems last night in the stream that I was going to do it today, and I was like, should I just keep it on and just keep it going? But and I'm pretty sure that the stream works because I've I've done a drive before, and I've had people in the chat, which is why I figured it would work when I walked down to the river, you know, but it shit out. So I guess you can go into town and do all that shit, but you can't go that way, you know. I don't know, but I don't know. I might do that. I might just grab 2 or 3 of those things. They really don't need more than one, to be honest with you. Yeah, that would have been cool to go down there and chill at the river, and but I did post a little short of it once I got down there and realized that you guys weren't there and whatever, you know. I just ended up walking down to the and there's actually a beach over there too with sand, you know, which is kind of a trip for some rivers. A lot of them are like rocky or, you know, got stones and stuff. Oh man, come up with something else, bro. That's disappointing, you know, that you're one of those guys. You come in here, say something like that, and we say that's not cool, and you're like, rude. It's like coming in here, shitting on the floor, and then calling somebody rude when they pick it up. You know? I don't associate that guy with a clown. Clowns are cool, man. Mm-hmm. Remember, Gems is a clown. But for real, dude. I can't believe you just said rude. You come in here, act racist, and then call us rude because we say it's not acceptable, and call you a dumbass. And what's funny is, you know, the guy probably watches sports. You know? So, I hate to tell you, if you're watching sports, you're kind of the butt of your own joke. You know, kind of funny. Kind of funny. Stop it, you're just a dog. Yeah, you are a dog. Okay. Yeah. Here. There you go. Go get it. Go get your toy. Get your toy. It's over there. Get it. Get your toy. You better get that toy. Somebody else is going to come get it. You better get that toy. You better get it. Get your toy. All right, what do you want? What time is it? No, it's not time yet. You're just spoiled. You're just spoiled. You're a spoiled girl. You're spoiled little girl. Show me. Go. You want that? This is what you want. You can have a tiny snack. That's all she wants. Just more food. You know, she could eat all day long. I think it's funny. Some people, they just fill up like a massive bowl and just leave it out, and you know, some dogs are able to like contain themselves and. Yeah, man, you know, sometimes those people come around, you know, like I've had a few people come in here and they, you know, they talk their stuff and then, you know, hi, what's up, Monday? A few minutes later, however long later, they, yeah, well, you know, when you got somebody that's, you got, you know, that could have been a situation where it's just a young kid who's just repeating what he's seen because he thinks it's a joke, you know, and he hasn't really even thought about it too much. The dude might not actually be a racist. And his response kind of clued me in that the dude was probably pretty young, you know, because it was it was childish, you know, just a childish response. You know, rude, rude. It's like, come on, dude, what are you, 8? You know, or probably like around 13 or something. Right. I'm doing fine. You find a boyfriend yet? Hey, baby, how you doing? Monday, let's meet my wife, Rihanna. Monday's on the hunt for a for a boyfriend. Yeah, I'm searching for love. So it's Rock Dog. Searching for love. Aren't you? Well, you're a pretty girl. You should probably be able to find a pretty boy. Welcome up. Oh my God. Oh, it's the worst day ever. Oh. Get your toy. Bring here. Get your toy. Roxy, toy. Here. No. I'm gonna make you go lay down. I think I know what it is. I think she wants me to go lay down in bed. Honestly. That's what I think she wants. I think she wants to lay in bed. And she doesn't want to do it alone. Here, I'll make you a bed up here, okay? That way you can lay down. Come here. Here you go. Jump up. Jump up. Come on. Oh, you're going to lay down right there now. Yeah, she loves to cuddle. Yeah, she's at work right now. Oh, now she jumps up there. But this is where Roxy is. And now she's looking outside. Crooked. There we go. Oh man. Closing time. Yeah. She has very human eyes. Yeah, she'd be giving me the news. I could only imagine things that she'd have to say. Um, I'd like to hear, have animals speak and get their opinions on certain issues. You know, be like, this is happening in the world, Rock Dog. What do you think about it? Oh, she just totally looked at me. That was funny. Roxy, this is happening in the world. What do you think about that, Rock Dog? Huh? What do you think? Do you think that's an issue or not? Huh? Are you a good girl? You'd ask why they do that? Well, because it tells a lot about the other dog. Lets them know their health, all kinds of stuff. They go up there and sniff them. They're like, "Oh, this guy's an asshole." From the dog's perspective, they're like, "Yeah, it really sucks. That's the way we got to figure it out." But I mean, Tucker likes it, but the rest of us, it's just something we gotta do. Right. You know what I think it is? I think that it's a parasitic thing. I think that the parasites that are in the cats, when the cats poop them out, there's an aroma that gets emitted by the parasites that the dogs smell. Now, I've had this explained to me by not this parasite thing, but by a dog trainer who trained them for police, right? And he would say that, say you take a bowl of stew, right? Now, when you bring it up to your nose, you smell stew, okay? But a dog doesn't smell that. It's the way its nose works is it compartmentalizes everything. It smells peas, carrots, celery. Everything becomes split up, And so thinking about that, it might go up to the cat shit. And yeah, it smells the cat shit, right? But it probably also has split up all the different things that are in it. And it might smell whatever this parasite is emitting. And, it eats that. And that could just be part of, that parasite's life cycle. I don't know. It's just a guess. I'm sure it's someone's looked into it. Why? Why? You don't have a dog? Well, you can remedy that. You know? Be like, I don't have a dog. I know. I will get a dog. Apparently the world is overrun by unwanted animals. So you should be able to get one for free. And if you get a dog, I recommend staying away from purebreds. Get a mutt. It will have less health issues and it will live longer. There's an incredible amount of inbreeding that goes into creating purebreds. And because of that, these animals, they, just look at what happens to us when we inbreed. You get people with all kinds of weird stuff. And, yeah. Right. I mean, just think of what it takes to turn a wolf or an African wild dog or a fox or whatever they started with, right, into a Chihuahua. You can't go into the world and find wild Chihuahuas, Not wild, I'm sure you can find loose, some animal that, has gotten loose and now it's, a little, but not, there's no place on earth where you can travel to and that's their, that place is wolves, Don't go out at night. We're overrun with Chihuahuas. Yeah, you're right. What's up, Kamal? 3 dogs and 6 cats. That's a lot of, that's a lot of food. Was good. My credit score. I don't know. My wife's is better though. I'll have to admit. By the way, I'm Jaden. Okay, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. This is my stepfather's account. Okay. And you are how old? your own business. That's the wrong answer, homie. So young that it embarrasses me. Don't ask. Yes. Yeah. I've run into a few people online like that. Like I've modded for a few channels. No, I still do, but I will do what's considered background checks. You know, you click on them and you go to their page, and it's just a bunch of, like, I don't know, video game type stuff, like the games that kids play. And I'll come back and I'll know that the page that we're on, the person does not like kids there. And I'll be like, hey, how old are you? You know, and they'd be like, shut up, I'm not talking to you. It's like, yeah. So what if I'm stealing pull-ups? The kids are gone now, as far as we know. But they're going to keep coming in. Now, you know, school's out. They've had their little snack. So, I mean, there's kids come in all day because, you know, they don't want to do their work, and they all have their phones in their pockets, right? But now that, you know, school's out, especially on the West Coast, that means the whole country's out, and so they're all going to be coming in now, you know. West Coast has the highest population. I mean, there's some pockets, you know, on the east, right? You know, you got New York and Chicago, and, you know, so, you know, there's some places over there where there's a lot of people, but as a whole, you know, oh, I shouldn't really say that. You know, the East Coast's got a lot of people. I mean, America started over there, but Corey's a kid, but Corey's he's not a dumbass. He's been coming in for a minute, and he's always been cool, you know. And to be honest, he don't ever really stay very long. You know, he shows up, says hi to everybody that's in here, and then he, I don't know, gets off doing whatever he's doing anyways. You know, to be honest with you, I when I was younger, I hung out with older people anyways because I thought people my age were kind of stupid. You know, I wasn't into the same things they were into. You know, so I hung out with adults. So. So I've got a little bit of grace when it comes to that type of stuff, but it really boils down to how they conduct themselves, you know. Right. Yeah, a lot of the kids, they'll have multiple accounts. And to be honest with you, I don't really trust that shit. It makes me feel like they're sneaky and shit, you know. I got more than one, but it's because I forgot the password to one of them, you know, and I couldn't get into it again, so I made a new one, you know. But these people that have like, you know, 6 accounts, you know, to me that's weird. Yeah, they're just creepers, man. What, you need to go outside now? Go outside and go potty? Go potty? Outside? Okay, she wants out. I gotta keep the phone plugged in, so I'll turn you guys outside. While I take the dog out. Let her do her thing. Let's see if I can point you in the right direction here. Ish. It's kind of crazy. The chair here blocks out the license plates. You probably wouldn't be able to see it anyways, but that's kind of cool. We juice up. No, we're juiced. Come here, right, dog. Go potty. She just needed to go pee. Yeah. Yeah, the steel bridge that crosses over. Yeah, we're right by that bridge. We live right by that bridge. Like it's within walking distance. Like if I were to walk from my house to that bridge, it'd probably take 5 minutes to get there. Yeah, the bridge is old. I don't know when it was built, but you know, I don't need to know. I'm not. Don't worry. Jeez, babe. Yeah, me and my wife, we dig it here. We dig it in the Mount Vernons. Yeah, they're pretty big, man. We get, king salmon, pinks, the salmon that come in there. Probably this, you can't even see. Probably this big. And that's maybe an average fish. There's larger, there's smaller. Well, if you pull like what is it called? A sturgeon out. Yeah, you get some big ones. But 3 feet's probably average. Something like that. I think that's about 3 feet. Right, yeah, those catfish get really big, real fat too. Um, I've never caught anything like that. There's places that have catfish around here, like the lakes and stuff. Like you can go to Clear Lake and catch catfish out of the lakes. In fact, I caught a catfish one time, and I used to like to catch local fish and put them into my aquariums. And like I had one that was full of like um, bass and bluegill and crappie and stuff like that. Just the prettier ones, because there's a variety of different colors and stuff. But I'd keep the ones that were pretty. And one time I brought home one that was it was a catfish, and I threw it in the tank, and it wasn't very active. It just kind of sat on the bottom, and you know unless you drop some food in front of it or whatever. But and what I would like to do was whenever I changed the water out, because you can't just keep the same water in there all the time. I would feed that water to the ladies, and I noticed that there was something special about that catfish. Whatever it was, like, because I had been feeding the aquarium water to my ladies outside, and not, solely, right? I had, a whole system, but I would supplement them with this water, right? Just whenever I did changes. But after I put the catfish in there, I noticed just an extremely noticeable bump in color and smell and crystal production. And it was like, it was crazy. And it was so intense that I attempted to start an aquaponic system with that catfish outside, but it didn't survive the transfer. And it kind of pissed me off, because if I just would have kept him in here and just kept doing what I'd been doing, I would have been able to keep feeding it the water, and things would have just continued to be right. Things would have continued to just be steady with that bump in quality. But I was like, it's kind of a bitch to empty out, a few 5-gallon tanks of this water and walk it out there. Why don't I just take one of my barrels and fill it up with some water and throw the catfish in there, and then I could just throw a pump in there and just go in with the wand and do it that way, and not have to do this bucket thing. But yeah, it didn't survive the move, so it was a bummer. And things went back to what it was, which was great. But that bump in smell and the color and the taste and the crystal production was just, it was noticeable, and that's what I decided it had to have been, because that was the only thing that I changed. Everything was automated, And, you know, but mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'll show you these eggs. I wonder if we still have some left, but I'll show you these eggs that we get from this guy that Rihanna works with. That's strange. I've caught cats that lived in air for over an hour. Oh, huh. Yeah, yeah. You think they, I thought that he would survive, or she, whatever, would survive the move, um, because they're so resilient, right? But, yeah, check that out. You know they're good if they're covered in shit and hay. That's, doesn't get any more farm fresh than that, right? Yeah, they're other than the eggs that we used to have here, they're 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 right up there because we didn't feed our chickens. You know, we used to just let them run around and just do whatever they wanted. Some of them didn't even stay in our yard, and a lot of people will feed their chickens. You know, feed them grain or oats or whatever they feed them. And when you look at the chicken's poop, it's like this brown diarrhea, you know? And it's kind of like cow crap when they're feeding their cows, you know? Um, as opposed to just letting the cows do what cows do, you know. Cows will drop like solid, they'll be dropping solids, but like when you got cows that are like overpacked and they're having to feed them because the entire land where they're walking is mud, so they got to bring the food in, you know. All the cows are like, just blowing mud. They all got runny noses. They're mooing constantly, and they're just not happy cows. Well, if you don't feed a chicken, their crap looks like bird crap, white and black. Just like any other bird. Huh. Yeah, well, they also feed them stuff that makes them, gain insane amount of weight before they unnaturally, you know. What's up, Peter? And so I just kind of noticed that, and I think what happened was is we went out and we got the chickens and we got the feed and we got all this and we just did everything that we thought we were supposed to do because we'd never raised chickens before. And at one point I think we just ran out of food, and we just noticed the difference in their poop, and it was like, hey, hold on a second, let's just see how this goes. This actually looks normal to me. So we just stopped feeding them. you know, and they ended up, their feathers looked better. They got more plump, and they turned into happier birds. Yeah, growth hormones. It's how you doing, man? You're back. You're back, thank God. Oh, God. What's funny is yesterday, after I've been streaming about this long, if somebody popped in here and they were like, I came in here because you were on my homepage. It's like, oh, huh. Right on. So that's kind of weird. So I'm just a nobody. I don't know why YouTube would be promoting me. I'll take it, but that's really just going to bring in, I don't know, the good and the bad, I guess. Yeah, the algorithm is weird, man. It's super weird. But we can fix that, by getting on their radar and using words that aren't allowed. Like, it's funny. Like, before you got here, Croc, there's a few people in here. Like when you first turn it on, I think you're towards the top of like the stuff, and like if you're just going through lives, I think you're like towards the top. So a lot of people will come in here, and a lot of them don't ever say anything. I think they're just kind of checking it out or whatever. But I'll say a couple words that are not PC, and a lot of more than half just take off immediately, and it's like, oh, okay, these are super sensitive children, and to be honest with you, I'm glad to see them go, because I don't need that. I want to be able to say whatever I want, Yeah. Yeah, the forbidden, which is stupid. Because out of one side of their mouth they want to talk about freedom of speech, and then out of the other side of their mouth they're like, don't say that. Don't say that. It's like, well, it doesn't really work like that. Oh, right. Yeah, wet cabbage, dude. right. Yeah, we're gonna have to go in there for sure. And I don't have a pracky at church tonight either, so I'll be able to get it from the beginning. Wet cabbage, is that their name? Because I see wet cabbage a lot, and I don't know if like if they're just kind of playing around. You know, I'm sure they're playing around, but you know, is that like their unofficial official name? Wet cabbage. We got to remind Gems that that's going on too, because I think she kind of digs chilling in there. She did for a minute, anyways. Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, not to be heartless or whatever, but whatever's going on is going to be going on. Wet cabbage, just John and Jeff. Okay. Well, you know, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. You need to go outside now, huh? Again? You want to go outside, be a good girl? Okay, we can do that. We can totally do that. Because you're a pretty girl. Let me throw this away. Okay? I'll throw this in the garbage. Oh man, my neck. You want to go outside? Huh? Go outside? Or what do you want? Show me. Go. Do you want to go outside? Go outside? Oh, I know what you want. Go. You want to be fed again. There you go, pretty girl. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to make, oh, let me see what cabbage with. Oh, with Jaden, I think they're wet lettuce. It's surprised Roxy isn't super fat with how much she eats. Tarantula America, what's up, dude? Dude, I'm digging it. You know, I can't believe it's been this nice for this long. You leaving? Be home in a bit. Hey, babe, I was just about to make a watermelon smoothie. Do you want me to wait till you get home? Yeah, just wait. Okay, well. Okay, well, I'll wait, baby. Yeah, usually 2 days of sun means a few days of rain. Yeah, dude. It's like I watered my grass today, because it was getting a little crispy. Like I've never done that in my life. You know, normally there's like residual water in the ground for, you know. I'm sure there's probably a couple places around here where you might have to water the grass or whatever, but I'm like where I live in particular, it's like you don't got to do that, you know. What, are you giving me kisses on my legs? What's that all about, huh? Such a sweet girl. Oh, pumpkin patch. You're growing pumpkins. Huh. Alright, well I'll put this shit back in the freezer. And I'll just let her do it. Because, whatever I make could probably just be tolerable. I mean, she's a chef, you know, by nature. Whatever she makes will just be delicious. First year having successful pumpkins, and it's because I threw some out of the ghosts last year, and they just popped up and are flourishing. Like crap. Really? Really? So you think these seeds like pass through the goats? You think? Or what? You think it. Some seeds can do that, you know. I know that happens with birds, you know. Like you can get some foreign plants around, the ones that do the thing. You get some weird ass plant that shows up here, and it's because it got crapped out by some weird bird, you know. But yeah, man, you're right about the weather. It's been, you know, it's like it'll be really nice and then like gray for a minute, and then it'll rain for a couple days, gray again, and then it'll be nice for a couple days, and then, oh, okay, okay. But this sunny everyday stuff for however long it's been, uh, I mean, I'll take it. I'm not complaining, but it's a trip, you know. It would have been a really good year for some outdoor. Let's say that. It took a minute for summer to get here, though. Um, that was kind of a trip, you know. The grow season was kind of funky. But it's here now and in full force. Huh, yeah, your dog. Right. I figured out how to plant a few things, but all my knowledge basically came from uh, growing ladies. I did that for years. Do we get a lot of snow? No. It'll snow like we get like this slushy kind of stuff that will like, it might be like this deep, and it'll last for a couple days and then go away, and that's like average, every so many years we might actually get some snow, this is where I live, there's some places you can go, closer up to the mountains or whatever, and they get snow. But in Mount Vernon, no, we just don't get it. But it's kind of a trip because of the way the valley and stuff is. Oh yeah, There's there's all kinds of trails and stuff around here. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I can do that too. And it can also just do the same thing for a month, you know. But when it's doing that, it's normally rain. And it's not like rain where everywhere else where it rains because it's decided it's going to rain. It's like this half-assed kind of annoying rain. I mean, I'm used to it. You know what I'm saying? Because I live here. But it's like this, nothing little, fucking stupid ass rain. I don't know what to fucking call it, dude. It's just tiny little, it's like a step above fog. If you can imagine fog falling. And that comes in around October. Yeah, I'd imagine it would be. But the valley is... hold on. Somebody. Hold on.
Howdy, sir. Matt from Infinity. Sorry to set off the dog. Just letting all the neighbors know we're doing the site surveys and the net metering assessments on the street this week.
You want to meet her?
Yeah, sure. Hi. You smell my doggy? Yeah, I got a border collie Aussie mix. He likes to play. Is this the Hagen residence? Okay, awesome. So essentially, we got a couple assessments set up for neighbors this week. Whenever we do, we talk to neighbors around them, because most people hadn't heard about it. Essentially, PSE has a solar program, and you guys have this awesome roof for it. So, I don't know if the numbers will work out for you or not, but it looks like a pretty good fit for you guys. I'm just one of the guys that tells people about it, finds a time that works for them for the assessment, and our technician figures out whether or not to pencil out for you.
Okay. Well, I don't think we're interested.
Okay.
But thanks a lot.
Yeah. Is there anything like holding you guys back from wanting to look at it, or?
No.
Okay. Just
not
don't like solar?
Yeah, just
Okay. Oh, really?
No.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Maybe some, I have a buddy that,
Oh, yeah. No worries. Have fun sometime.
Yeah, you too.
Oh yeah, by the way, so if your friend, if he could do it this year, PSC's program is a 1-to-1 right now.
Okay.
So next year is supposed to go to 2-to-1. He'll know way more about that.
Okay. I can ask him. He'll probably fill me in.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's like this is like the last best time for it. Also, the tax credits are at the peak.
Okay.
So you can get the 1-to-1 means every kilowatt you produce, they credit you half for one.
Okay.
Next year it's probably gonna go to 2.
Okay.
So this is kind of like the last push this summer for people in the program.
Okay.
So yeah, you might want to chat with your friend about it.
All right. Right. Thanks,
All right,
man. Man. All right. So what are you guys talking about? Pine forest. There's all kinds of trees up here, man. Yeah, I mean, people got to move in a lot of the maples and stuff. I mean, I've got maples and stuff in my yard, but they're not, they're like Japanese. And sup, Lori? Does anyone here make music? Maybe. Why? What's up, Peter? Bam. Everybody ET's here. When did you get here? You just get here? That's cool, man. Yeah, good luck with the band. My current project hasn't recorded anything yet. My last one never left. My last band, we recorded 5 albums, but we only released 3. Who, me? Am I on TikTok? No, I'm not. I thought about going on TikTok, but I decided I wouldn't when I discovered that the person that created TikTok forbid anyone in his family from using TikTok. To me, that speaks volumes. Since 2023 with my brothers and father, and we are kind of popular. That's cool. It's a band with 5 Swifts. Yeah, I've never even looked at TikTok. You know, like what's that Snapchat? You know, I looked at that once, and because somebody was, you know, trying to get me to use that, but it turns out that they just wanted to get weird on me, so I got rid of that. Yeah, I've got Instagram and Discord. You know, there's not really anything on my Instagram now. You know, like a picture of my pedal board, picture of me and my wife, a really old picture of me, stuff like that. I think there's maybe 6 posts, but I had one years ago, and I used to use it to promote my business, if you will. Right on. How old are you, Lori? And you're a drummer? That's cool. $17. Okay, I was kind of thinking that. Rock on. That's cool. What style of music do you guys play? I'm guessing pop. Radio music. You know, stuff that people will, the average person will hear and be like, oh yeah, you know, I like this. Right, indie rock. Yeah, to me that's like pop. As in, you know, I'm abbreviating pop, you know, popular music. No, I figured. That's cool. Yeah. That you know, I can appreciate that. I'm not into that type of music, but I can appreciate it. That's cool. Like the band that I'm in, we play sludge metal. You know, it's nothing like that type of stuff. Um, it will never be popular. It just won't. but it's what we want to play. You know, we don't care if we ever sell an album. You know. Right on, man. How long you been playing music? I mean, you're 17, so okay, 8 or 9, so less than 10 years. That's totally awesome, you know. Right. Well, that happens. You know, some people come in here and they, you know, they try and poke their fun or whatever, and they end up just being like, you know, what am I doing? This guy's fucking cool. Whatever cool is, you know. Which is all right. I can appreciate that you came around, Et. You know. But it's not like you singled me out. You know. You're on here messing with everybody, from what I can tell. You know. Okay, man. Well, rock on. You know, keep milking the dream. You know, I wish you all the best, and you know, I hope it works out. You know, if you ever become famous and stuff, I'll be like, yeah, you know, I met that person one day, and maybe to somebody that will mean something. Yeah, well, I try to keep it interesting, you know. Huh. You just jumping up to tell me you're a dog? Yeah, the homeboy, the dude that just stopped by, he wanted, you know, they're always trying to sell me like solar and stuff because my roof is like ideal for it. You know, I've got a south-facing roof, so you know, it's just you know, if anybody was, you know, should put solar up, you know, I've got a really great situation here. It's 2 stories up, so it's above all the trees, and you know, I could probably end up selling back power, you know, but like I keep telling these guys, you know, I've got a buddy that actually owns a company that does what you're trying to sell me right now. And I don't care what kind of deal you think you're offering me, my homeboy would smoke you. You know. Like, he's already told me that he, like, if I just buy the stuff, he will fly himself here from Texas and install it for free. You know, he don't care. It's just, it'd be time to visit, you know. What? You're a dog. wife will be showing up here pretty soon, and Roxy will start shitting the bed and freaking out. Freak out, man. You want a snack? You want another snack? So much all the time, you're going to turn into a sausage. You know, I used to ride motorcycles. I started when I was like 5 years old. You know, we had one of those little old school ones. They sell them now, you know what I'm saying, but they're, you know, more badass. They got shocks and shit. And but I'm talking about the ones that got like the either like the Honda or the Briggs and Stratton motors, you know, pull cord, and you know, they got the centrifugal clutch on them and that type of stuff. And this was like, you know, I mean, you would buy them, right? But they kind of look like a homemade job, you know. Old school type bike. I mean, overly built little piece of shit, right? And we had that thing forever. And that's what I started on, you know, just a little kid, you know. And, you know, when I was really, really little, I used to just, you know, ride with my dad on it. But then, you know, I got old enough to ride it by myself. And I started about 5 years old. And then, my dad, he always rode bikes. You know, he used to, you know, ride, you know, big ass, you know, big bikes, right? With engines in it, like the size that's in my freaking Honda, you know. And, you know, if you worked out the cubic inches and or the cc's, whichever style of bike it is, you know, it'd be literally the same size. And but then I got into like dirt bikes and enduros, you know, street and off-road bikes, and those are fun, you know, because you could be like right on the road to wherever you're gonna ride and then just ride the trail, you know. But ever since I became epileptic, my wife really doesn't want me to buy a bike. You know, I almost did. I almost bought one a few times, but she don't want me to drive one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my dad, you know, he'll refer to like, yeah, back in my biker days. You know, I think he used to roll with some pretty gnarly dudes, you know. You know, now that I'm older and, you know, have, you know, chilled with some of these guys just on my own, some of them are some of them are totally fine, great guys, you know, but some of them are pretty shady characters, you know. We'll just leave it at that. Hot rocks. Yeah, she can tell it's getting close to time for mom. Yeah. What? You doing dog math? You doing dog math? Trying to figure out what's going on? Doing all that dog math? I was going to flip you around, have you take a look at her face. And she decided to hop down. Come here. Hey, you need to calm down, okay? Calm down. Such a talky girl. So talky. Yeah, and hers is like, her clock is like on, dude. It's really crazy, you know, how they just have, they just know that stuff, you know, like she knows when it's 5 o'clock. You know, she knows when it's noon, you know. Right, right. Well, you know, if we weren't haven't grown to be dependent on these things, I think we would probably return to a more natural state, and you know, we would probably surprise ourselves. Yeah, she knows she's almost here. Oh, who's that? Yeah, she's looking at the door.
Hi. Holy fuck.
So,
The one time I choose to go the freeway instead of the back way, it's backed up all the way past the freeway downtown.
what, to get off?
To get off the freeway to come home.
Uh-huh.
It was stop and go the whole fucking way.
Oh, that sucks.
And then there's also one, I mean, you can probably see it's moving there, but not like at the...
Can you ask if your wife would kindly
bank.
like to throw... Hey, E.T. wants to throw hands with
What?
you. E.T. wants to throw hands with you. He says, can you ask your wife...
He's gonna catch these hands.
Would ask your wife if she would kindly like to throw these hands.
Kindly. Yes, I accept your kind gesture. I gotta change.
All right.
Hi, everybody. Oh, my.
Yeah. My wife's a sturdy bitch, dude. She'd probably take you down. Croc says, what's up? Croc! That's what she calls herself. So I'm not insulting her by calling her a sturdy bitch. Crack a beer. Sure. What are you drinking? You're a dog. Totally a dog. Huh? You're a dog. Where's your toy? Where'd you put your toy? Go get your toy. Go get it. Where is it? Is it over there? There it is. Bring it here. Yeah, go get your toy. You ready? Yeah. Get your toy. 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 Canadian beer. Fat Tire. Fat Tire's pretty decent. I haven't really gotten into Stella that much. Honestly, when I buy beer, which I huh? Go get Mama. Go get her. Go get Mom. Go get Mom. Go see what's she doing. Go get her. Go get Mom.
No, okay.
No, she's coming.
Coming?
What are you doing?
Taking a shower.
Oh. I buy Corona. I know there's a lot of people that are like, Corona, meh. I like it. You know, it's an easy drinker. You know, Corona with a slice of lime, a little bit of salt. Damn. You know, I know there's beers out there that can, do the job faster, and there's, beers out there that are a little more pinky out, and, whatever. I like Corona, if I'm gonna drink beer, I also like Blue Moon. I don't know, I'm just not much of a beer drinker. I like liquor. That's what if I'm drinking, I go for the shit, the real shit. I mean, let's get it done. But I'm up drinking the liquor and stuff because I was doing up. Hey, you're back. I mostly got into doing liquor and stuff because I was doing other stuff too. And you needed to do that to even feel the alcohol, You had to drink a lot of beer, a whole lot of beer to feel beer. Yeah, tequila, dude. Me and tequila were friends. You know what? Hang out for a minute. I think I'm gonna hop in the shower too. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Unless you want me to just restart this. I can do that too. All right, I'll be back, man. Where you want to get something? Habitat?
Hmm?
Habitat?
What? Yeah. I love Habitat.
Ah, fucking bam.
Should be enough, right? I can't have any because it's got sugar, a lot of sugar in it.
Why it's certain stores are alcohol.
All right, ready for some noise?
Sure.
You might want to mute your thing. It's gonna be really fucking loud. I need to add some liquid to that.
Add some cream or something.
Nope. Yeah, it's just like it's like a slushy.
Right. Oh man. Yeah, I feel a lot better. I needed that, you know, even though I didn't do anything today. Really.
Alright, careful.
I'm sure that sounds wonderful. Yeah, luscious locks. Yes,
Holy
yes.
moly.
It's great for headbanging. Sweat it down a little bit, get up on stage, you know, start headbanging.
A little bit more milk.
Man, I've just been burning through this juice.
Oh, damn it.
Damn it, Steve. What happened?
It came off the lid and landed on the counter and splashed me.
Oh, that sucks. Phone died mid-message. What were you saying? Something about how awesome this place is? Well, you've returned and I'm clean. Not clean shaven, you know. I'm about over shaven, dude. I only shave when it starts to bother me. My wife's home now, so. Oh, yeah. Our grow season, it you know, some things really take to this place. We can grow some things really, really well. But other things, it's like we have to do all kinds of stuff in order to get it to work. And if you haven't learned those tricks, you're just gonna waste your time, you know. Like I've tried to grow watermelon here before, you know, and unless you know all the tricks, you're wasting your time. Yeah, there's a lot of farmland around here. It's you know, it's a farming community. A lot of our
Jesus. It's like sorbet.
a lot of this town's income is based off that, you know. You know, like basically from West Side Bridge, which is what we call it. I don't know its actual name. West Side Bridge, west, till you get to, you know, the water. It's just farmland, you know. But I dig it, you know. For some people, it's not, you know, a happening enough place for them. But I don't know. I say screw all that. Sit back and chill, man. You know. You know, you can come up with your own. Tulip Festival petting farm. I don't know if I've been to that in particular, but this place turns into a madhouse when the Tulip Festival happens. You basically, well, I can't say that because it's not really a thing anymore, but since everybody, well, a lot of the people that come to the Tulip Festival are from out of town, a lot of people will just follow the car that's ahead of them because they assume the car ahead of them knows where they're going. You know what I'm saying? And there are like signs out that'll be like tulips with arrows, you know, so people will just, you know, drive the routes. And the rest of us that have lived here, in order to get to wherever we need to go, you know, to avoid all this insane traffic that's not moving, we know all these back roads and stuff. But a lot of those roads also lead to where the tulips are.
Here you go.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
And so what has happened over time is, you know, say there'll be like a line of cars, and then somebody will like pull out and go drive, you know, on their own road. And people over time have been like, oh, I wonder where they're going. And they'll follow that person, right? So all of our little west side shortcuts that we used to have are now all congested also.
Do you know what I do with my bins? Never mind, I got them.
Okay. Yeah. Like in Burlington? Or are you talking about in Mount Vernon? Because there's both. Or towards Conway. Mount Vernon. Okay, yeah. What about it? Oh, really? By the owners? I've never been shot at. There's this one field I used to go to. Oh, Conway tropical fish. Yeah. Like if you're wanting to get exotics. Oh shit, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah, Conway tropical fish, man. That guy knows his shit. You know, you go to like you know, Petco or you know, whatever. And you know, they got fish and whatever. They're all The way they do the water there is bad too. That they have like a single. All the water is shared, in the fresh water, and all the water is shared in the sea water, right? So like if one of the fish gets sick, they all get sick, and but you go to Conway to that fish store, and you can find fish that you can't get anywhere else. He even has tanks that are full of fish that he won't sell because they're his breeders, and they make like these crazy fish, He traded him tarantulas for piranhas that have since passed. What kind of tarantulas were they? I'm really only familiar with like the pink toad and the rose hair. I know there's a variety of them, but yeah, I don't know shit. I really don't when it comes to that stuff, you know. I'm sure it does. Get into some stuff that are just, I hate to call them freaks or whatever, but just uncommon exotics or whatever. What's this new world, old world shit that you're talking about? Okay. So they're like more OG, for lack of a better term.
I need to take one of my heart pills. Do you know where I put them?
I have no idea, babe.
It's really bad today.
Stop doing so much blow with Guy at work.
That's funny. He hasn't done that since like the early 90s.
90s Coke?
Huh?
90s Coke?
90s cocaine. Stupid drugs. Oh, Lord. Whew. Yeah, I was just sitting watching TV, and all of a sudden I felt like I was going to pass out. My heart started going crazy.
I would assume that they're not. There might be some that are deadly, but I'd assume that they'd probably make some stuff rot, but not really kill you.
How do you like your smoothie?
It's I'm digging it. Was it only one that got made?
No, there's the picture in the fridge.
Okay. Uh,
I gotta show you that guy that I was watching.
okay.
Fucking balls. Oh, I need a day off. Are you gonna be doing that all day?
No. Now, true spiders and tarantulas are different. Sydney funnel webs are true spider. And they are deadly.
What do you want for dinner?
I look like John Cena. Okay. How about we get, I want that burger again.
The smash burger?
Yeah.
Okay. You want the Habits fries again?
Sure.
You liked them?
Yeah, they were good.
Can I use your card?
Of course.
Thanks, babe. I can't use mine till tomorrow. I'm paying for the oil change though, okay?
Huh?
I'm gonna pay for the oil change.
And pay for whatever you want. Huh. I did not know that about bees and so you, like if you're allergic to bees, will like an EpiPen work for a spider bite or something?
Probably it's epinephrine.
Well, homeboy here is saying that tarantula venom is similar to bees.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, Tarantula's America. He's into critters.
Oh, that's cool, because I don't like spiders. I'm terrified of them.
I think right now he mentioned that all he's got is sugar gliders. I bet you'd like those.
Don't like spiders, sorry.
Sugar glider is like a flying squirrel type thing.
Oh, they're the little, like, finger monkeys.
Yeah.
They look like little finger monkeys.
No, as soon as she figured out what we were talking about, she was like, "Oh yeah, oh I love them." Oh, she'd be on. I think people have survived. Oh, I don't think we don't have a place to like keep them. You know what I'm saying? We'd have to invest in some sort of enclosure and all that shit. And I don't think so. You know, I wish I could help you. You're a dog. Yeah, you're a doggy. I'm homophobic. Just terrified, you know. some people see spiders and go eek. Oh yeah, I do that with the gays. That's why whenever my uncle and his husband come around, I'm like, they're gonna get me. A little sick. Yeah, I've heard that happening too. You know, like how you get nauseous and all that. Hey, mom's in bed. Why don't you go lay down in bed? I'm chilling out here. Okay, so don't worry about me. Let me put her in bed real quick. Come on, let's go this way. Come on, let's go. Come on, come on. Jump up and lay down. No, she's just crying at me. Oh, this way. Comes here. Two more days left in my work week. I had a dream as a child where flying spiders were chasing me through a dark forest ever since. I've had a tremendous fear of spiders. I can't wait for Sunday. I'll sleep for like 10 hours. Yeah, they do. Some spiders they'll shit out this umbrella web thing, parachute. I mean, spiders with wings. That'd be a trip. You know, I used to have this reoccurring dream. What's up, Schreiker? When I was a kid, I had this reoccurring dream where I was a really little kid, and it was this shark, right? That was like a car, and it had it had wheels, right? But it would swim on the road, right? Just imagine it being like a snake, kind of, and it would just do that, and I mean, it's just totally hilarious now being an adult and thinking about this, you know. But it used to scare the shit out of me, and you know, the dream would be, you know, because I grew up in this house, right? And I moved out, and then my mom died, and I came back, and whatever. But I'd be coming out of this door, and I'd go out into the street here, and I'd turn to the left, and I would look up the road, and then the shark would be coming up the road, coming down this way, and I'd just be like, oh my God, and I'd run back in the house, and that's all the dream ever was. Sea spiders. Are you talking about like the crabby kind. 300,000. Shark car phobia. Sounds like one of your music videos. Yes, definitely metal. Because I've seen some like some deep sea crab. Looking stuff. And you know, those things are kind of spidery. But yeah, you I could see there actually being like spider type things, because they do have those arthropod, isopod type shit. You know, they've even got like you get into like this, you know, like the deepest part of the oceans, and they got like those big ass things that look like the potato bugs, you know, like the roly-polies, you know. Those things are they're just massive. And it's like the same damn bug, you know. Yeah, they're huge. You know, I think they're like this big or something, right? I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I've never held one, but you know, just be like, oh, look at this, look at my potato bug. They just go down there and like munch on like dead fallen whales and whatever. They're like the, you know, the vacuums of the ocean, you know, clean up all the shit that gets left. You know, it's kind of crazy that these things can actually survive at those depths with the pressures. You know, it's kind of crazy. $73, really? Huh. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, they need to quit fucking spraying us with shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, to me, it's pretty scary when you've got, you know, these checkered skies, right? Because they're going around and spraying us. And I got a story about that. It's green because of runoff, and it's just packed with nutrients. But you got these checkered skies, right? And what they're doing now, in order to make that seem normal, is they're going back into like old cartoons and old movies that have footage of normal skies, and they're putting that shit into the sky to make it seem like that's always been a thing. Isn't that weird? Isn't that a weird effort? You know? But check this out. This one time, I was going through some counseling, right? Turns out I didn't need counseling. I was just taking a medication for my seizures that was making me depressed. So as soon as I stopped taking the pills, I didn't need counseling anymore. You know what I'm saying? Kind of weird. But I go to this place and I meet this dude who's a counselor. And he was a pilot also. And we kind of got cool and started talking about stuff. And I was like, you work for the Air Force? You're a pilot? And he was like, oh yeah. He was like, you see those lines in the sky? That's me and my buddies. We do that. He was like, so when you see that going on, just know that like that's probably me or one of my friends. We do that. I was like, huh, okay, right on. And what's weird is we had talked and he was like, yeah, you know, when I'm done working out there, you know, when I'm done with my time at the Air Force, I'm going to continue doing this counseling thing because this is what I really want to do is, you know, help people and blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to stay at this facility because I've found my home here. And I was like, okay, right on. I leave that appointment. I go out into the car and I tell my girlfriend at the time, hey, you know those chemtrails? My counselor is a pilot and he sprays them. My next appointment, I'm going to ask him some questions, right? A week later, I go there. He's gone. They have no idea what happened to him. He just never came back to work. You know? Yeah, it blew my mind. You know, because he was dead set on staying at this place. He found a home at this building. He loved Mount Vernon. And he was like, you know, this is my spot. I love this place. I love these people that work here. And, you know, I immediately thought of, you know, how certain words get flagged and blah, blah, blah. You know, and at this time, this was years ago, I'm guessing chemtrails, blah, 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 was probably one of the words that, you know, if you said that, you know, a microphone or something got turned on your phone and they probably GPS me, figure out where I was. And, but yeah, it was just really weird that, you know, it was just weird. It was weird. I seen a plane, gray, unmarked, spraying low out of its wings over a lake that I don't go to now. You probably know what it has. Clear Lake. Yeah, Clear Lake. My dad, he has a house in Clear Lake. Right across the street from the lake. Like if you're looking at the lake here, and there's like the entrance where you go in, you know, there's like the gate, you know, and it opens up and that's where you walk in. Right across the street from there is where his house So yeah, I'm really familiar with Clear Lake. I haven't swam in that lake since I was a little kid. Oh yeah, you can catch trout. There's some places where you can catch trout. You try and catch trout, and you probably just catch more bass or whatever. But there's lakes around here where you'll catch lots of trout. You know, catch trout all day. Like Heart Lake, Baker Lake. I don't fish too much anymore, so I'm out of the loop. But I've got friends that fish all the time. It's what they do, and they could probably just be like, "Oh yeah, here, 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 here." There's just so many places. But yeah, you can go trout fishing. Get in your car and drive 10 minutes and find a place to go trout fish. From like literally from my house, maybe 50 drive. And you can literally walk to the river from my place. I tried to show you guys that one time, but the interwebs decided it was gonna freak out. So and that thing's full of fish year round. But there's runs, that come up right from the ocean, or the sound. Get your toy. Get your toy. Look, Doug, get your toy. Yeah, I suppose I am, but it's what I know and it's what I'm used to, so I don't think about it that way. But I've spoken to people online and they're like, "Salmon, I've never even seen a salmon." And it's like, when you hear stuff like that, you're like, wow. Yeah, I guess I kind of do live in a special place. To where you live in a place where you take it for granted. I just it's here. I don't even think about it. You know. you know. Hey, what's up, Jake? Yeah, you told me about that. That seemed gross. What's up, dude? Yeah, that's gnarly, dude. That's like hella gnarly. Just got home. Damn. How was traffic, man? Brianna decided she was going to take the freeway home today. She said it was just a terrible decision. Up the 405. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh no!
Ah!
Spider's gone. The spider's gone.
Spider's gone.
Yep, it was up. It's gone now. I don't know where it went.
I bet you it's thinking about you.
It's probably in my hair. Oh Lord. I can just feel them crawling all over me.
She's terrified of spiders.
Why? We need to spray again. This is crazy. How come I'm always the one to find them? You never find them.
I don't know, probably because I'm not paranoid.
I just happen to look and see it. Every time. And there was these tiny little black and red spiders.
Not gonna tell her that shit. She'll end up asking for a divorce or something. I just noticed that right here, Bink, that is mistletoe.
Found your boxers, babe.
Did you?
Yeah, they fell on the other side of the toilet.
Oh, good. We'll throw them in the garbage.
Yeah,
That mistletoe's been hanging there for probably years. Hey, babe,
yeah.
how long's that mistletoe been hanging up there?
Like 7 years.
7 years. Can I take it down?
Yeah.
Okay. Stupid ass plant.
You've been able to take it down for as long as it's been up there. You can reach it, I can't.
Calculus. Did I study calculus? No. I believe that mistletoe is a parasite.
Treat. Sit. Oop. Yeah, sit your butt. Sit. Sit down.
Why do you ask that?
Who's on there?
Huh?
Who was on there?
We got Croc and Jake.
What up, Jake?
Papar.
Oh, these
And
smell so
Sahu.
good. I'm about ready to try one.
Did I graduate? No, I didn't graduate. My dad suggested I don't. He was like, "You're just gonna work at the refinery."
It's fake mistletoe, by the way.
Oh, okay.
It's not real.
You know, why are you wasting your time in here? You know, just he's like, you know, he's like, you can, because I turned 18. You know, he was like, you can leave now, start making $100,000 a year, and or you can, you know, wait, graduate, and start making $100,000 a year. Then he was like, you're just gonna do the same thing, you He was like, go get your GED, come out and start making money. You know? So that's what I did. I just went and I didn't even take any pre-tests like a lot of people do. I just went and, or pre-classes, I just went and took the test, passed them, and yeah, I do. Why do you want to know if I studied calculus? Are you studying calculus and you're trying to what's going on here? I have a question for you. Oh, you want to fly F-16, and that in whether or not I have kids or have studied calculus will help you do that? Buddy. Hey, buddy. Arranged marriage or love marriage? There are some places that spell words differently, like color. The word color gets spelled differently in some places. But I just want to know, since this is your goal, why, I ask you, why do you want to know if I have studied calculus, and then you say, because I want to fly F-16. It's like, how many girlfriends? I have no idea how many girlfriends I've had. I don't even know how many people I've had sex with. That's my wife, the one that said hundreds. Billions. Yeah, you've ever seen somebody that like they got a cigarette in and they like light their cigarette with their cigarette? What's the difference between a prostitute and a hormone? Okay, sure. But a hormone isn't faking it. How did we lose Buddy? Oh, sure. Hit me, dude. I'm gonna go grab a Q-tip. I'll be right back.
Read it to me.
What's the difference between a human corpse and a sandwich?
Sandwich tastes better? I don't know.
Hold on. What's the difference between a human corpse and a sandwich?
No, Roxy.
You don't fuck a sandwich before you eat it.
I feel like I've heard that one before. Oh, that's terrible.
That's Burls, dude.
Terrible, terrible. Okay. You stay, Roxy.
Yeah, what was that dude's deal, man? He, not only was he asking stupid ass questions, they didn't make any sense. You know?
food's here.
Okay. We just got some food. I'm gonna eat that. So I'll get off here, but I might come back on later. But
I say goodbye.
yeah, it says goodbye. But
Different cook tonight.
Thailand, yeah, you know, I don't know. Thailand speaks English pretty well, dude, and normally they're pretty smart people. So I don't know what the deal was. Yeah, man, I'll see you. See you in the basement, y'all.
Bye.
Proc says later.
Bye. You want a real knife? Or I mean a real fork for your fries?
Sure, baby. But I'll catch y'all later. All right. Have a good one. Yes. Peace.
Oh my god, that looks so damn good. Man, I'm regretting my